That was a pretty great race from the FF4 crew. Unfortunate for Rivers to eat the 2500 Big Bang that nobody likes to see. Hopefully he's able to get down there and get NightBat vanquished. But in the meantime, we have our FF5 runner starting up, and I believe we have Deln and eLmaGus on the commentary team. So take it away, guys.
Taking it away. Hello, everybody. Hello, Deln. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty bad. Thanks for asking.
But yeah, starting with FF5, we have, first of all, fortunately, a 4-minute intro, so there's nothing happening here, really, that influences the game. There's been a lot of talk about step routing in FF4 before this, and yeah, FF5 also, of course, has a step route. The fortunate thing about FF5 is that you always start on the same step counter, so once you start the game, your step route will be set. It's a little bit different than FF4 though, in that you have different ways of, working with your step routes compared to FF4, but we'll get to that once we are digging in deeper. The first 20 to 30 minutes in FF5 are pretty straightforward. There's like one boss battle, and for the most part they are going to be setting their basic settings like battle speed and stuff, which we're also going to talk about a little bit because that's also a very interesting aspect about FF5. And yeah, we're going to go from there. So it is going to be starting the game and setting everything up here. They are also, of course, going to change their window colors, just like in FF4, just so you can distinguish them better, but yeah. Unfortunately, Final Fantasy V did not get a Western release for the Super Nintendo, so what they're doing right now, how they're playing the games, basically, they play with a translation patch. It's a necessary evil to actually, make it watchable. I don't know how enjoyable it would be if it would be all Japanese, but yeah, everybody will be using a translation patch, and therefore will be using emulator. Yeah, at the start here, like I said, very basic stuff going on.
Well, the first 17 minutes are pretty much the same thing. It's like a tutorial where you just go straight forward and attack and kill. And instead you just there's nothing you can do except just following the storyline until you fight Wing Raptor.
Yep, pretty much. So regarding the step routes, in FF4 there was a lot of talk about, in some towns you had to watch out what steps you have to take where. FF5 is a little bit more lenient that in towns your step counter does not advance, which is really, really nice. Like, the meteorite where they are starting here right now also does not influence the step counter. However, unlike FF4, opening the menu on the world map does actually influence your step counter a little bit, so they have to be careful with their menuing on the world map, and it's all carefully routed out. All 4 runners have relatively recently, improved this game a lot by rerouting the old route we used to use for this game that was quite a bit slower. That was also mentioned earlier in the FF4 part already, but they all also have minor differences in their routing, so that is going to be very interesting. For those of you who know FF5, there's going to be a lot of jobs that they are going to get throughout the run that are going to be available to them, and the job system is sort of broken in this game, so they are going to abuse a lot of things with very, very tight routing. And yeah, there's going to be minor differences, which is going to be very exciting.
Also, I just want to add a point to your talk about the manipulation. There is the steps in towns and screens with no battle or no encounters don't count steps unless you're in Karnak Castle, which is, I think, the only place that actually counts steps, where you cannot get battles the first time.
Well, the most important thing here, are they at Boko yet? Because that's probably the most important part of the step count. game. So basically, there's two types of places where you can't get encounters. Places where you can't get encounters, and places where you can't get encounters and step advances. And then there's a third type, where you can't get encounters, but the step advances fully. So basically the way it works is that you have a certain amount of steps until your next encounter, as well as what your next encounter is going to be formation-wise. So on Boko, later on, they're going to be advancing the formation counter as well as the step counter, which is all the set of grinding for later on.
Alright, yeah, but as Stella mentioned earlier, there's like really nothing going on here in the first 8 minutes, and I believe that Rivers is about to enter the Zeromus fight again in a little bit here.
Not 8 minutes, but 18 minutes. There's nothing going on for the first 18 minutes.
Nope.
Good luck to Rivers again.
Mm-hmm. Good luck.
Good luck, man.
Oh right. You know, since the last relays, every time there were a Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 relays, Final Fantasy 5 has been going down every time with new route changes, and I think it was today, this morning, or yesterday, Sweat actually got a new world record. Was it?
Almost. He
Almost.
died in the pyramid about 2.5 minutes ahead of his own PB, which I think was about 45 seconds-ish ahead of world record at the time.
Oh, okay. Well, all I know is that most of the runners in this relay are now got PBs recently, or in the last weeks prior to this relay.
Yeah, we used to believe that, you know, Sub 4 was a god run. You know, we in the Western community did not really, you know, route this game properly. Like it was mentioned earlier, we basically copied Japanese runners as best we could with like glitchless strats more or less. And these 4 runners right here, that are going to be running FF5 basically rerouted a lot of things, a lot of the stuff that we had been using, and completely turned it upside down with like different job routing and stuff like that, getting different items, different money route, and so on and so forth. So they have cut down the time by over 10 minutes at this point. So, and it's still very fresh. So they keep improving it. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here throughout the FF5 run.
Sort of reminiscent of what you and Dusler did to FF4, eLmaGus.
Well, FF4 is not on the scale of rerouting as FF5 is, because I think FF5 is a way more complex game than FF4 is, but yeah, the impact
True.
is definitely the same.
Yeah, the job routing is an interesting one.
Yeah, they've changed the route quite significantly since last time.
Yeah.
Because right now they skip it, I think a few spells and change the was it the glitch, the money glitch and stuff. I don't know if they actually. I don't think that they don't do the money glitch at
Oh wow.
No, so what we do is instead of getting an item that's completely useless to us, we get an item that's both extremely useful and gives us a lot of gil.
The Dragon Fang, I believe.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Alright.
Which also makes Dark Shock not as fast at all, just because we can kill bosses so much faster without it.
Yeah,
Like,
you pretty
I
much
think
two
every
of them.
boss where we Dark Shock is faster killed without it, even on first try. So
I believe you because I didn't play the route yet, so I don't know anything.
That's
about
not
it.
entirely true. Like some bosses are a little bit slower, but for the
Such
most
as?
part, not getting it is of course way better than you know.
I think Adamus is debatable, but
Yeah,
From what I
Adamot's
tested.
first try would be I think faster than
45.
Dark Shock.
slightly, yeah. But
Little
otherwise, for
bit,
the
but
in-game.
But I do like all the new strats, except that I'm really lazy and I don't feel like doing them.
I mean, I definitely had that symptom because I think before we arrived at this route, which is pretty optimized, we had 4 intermediate routes, and those were all very interesting. Let's say.
Yep. But I believe Sweat is one of the only runners that don't actually follow this route.
Sweat. I mean, if you don't mind me telling the story, because we don't have anything else to talk about really. So Sweat.
Yeah, go for it.
So Sweat wanted to come back to FF5, but not doing any percent. He wanted to run BS1 glitchless, right? And so he learned the BS1 glitchless route, which is very, very optimized by Suni, yeah, of course. But then he wanted to come back and do a couple runs of any percent, and then of course the marathon. There was a marathon recently where FF5 was showcased, and of course this relay was happening, so he wanted to be able to adapt the route any percent. So he's incorporated some of the stuff that any percent does, but there's still some awkward things that lose him a bit amount of time. They're just relics of BS1. For example, on Locker Ruins, he avoids all encounters, but he takes so many steps to do that it's not worth it. Basically, there's other stuff like that.
Alright, I believe Rivers is about to finish here.
He's playing it extra safe now. So
Yeah.
he's hesitated a bit on Kane's turn earlier just to make sure he could elixir before the nuke.
Can't blame him.
Absolutely.
His edge has like the better part of 2,300 HP as well, so it's even more disgusting that he actually got the damage roll there.
I think they jinxed it. I mean, last time I tried an FF4 4-6 relay, I died to Neerrm as well, so.
It's just a team, alright.
I'm gonna run out of gil as well.
Just waiting here for Rivers.
Alright.
The FF5 runners are pretty much entering the first dungeon here, and you saw a couple of them already do extra steps earlier, open the menu, all of that is part of the step route, which is very carefully rooted. And the first boss, Swing Raptor, that is coming up here. Oh, Rivers at Medio.
Yay!
Go CK.
Go go. GG Rivers.
GG.
GG.
Good luck, CK. But yeah, the first boss, Wing Raptor here in FF5. Very basic. You pick up a weapon in the chest, as you saw. You equip that in battle, and then you basically hold down A. Damage rolls
There's
can
a
vary
decent-
a little bit here. No. Damage,
no, we finish. Go.
damage can vary a little bit here, so you can kill him a little bit earlier or later depending on your damage rolls, but for the most part, Wing Raptor does the Breath Wing that you saw on Sweatstream, and yeah, you should kill him afterwards. I don't think that, unless you are a little bit too slow with equipping, he can enter his yeah, guarding form, where if you attack him, he counterattacks you. That should only happen if you're too slow. I don't think the damage rolls can be that bad that you don't get enough turns to kill him there, but yeah. So this boss is really, really simple, and afterwards we fight an encounter for a little bit of experience, and then we get the first jobs here. Let's see. Yeah, everything is looking okay. I believe also that most runners use battle speed 4 or 5. I'm not sure on the preference on that for every runner. 4 or 5 is the safest setup, but battle speed is very interesting in this game, especially later in the game if you have a lot of jobs, because jobs give you different agility and things like that, and some setups do require very specific ATB setups with equipment switching around and stuff like that. So, and the difference between battle speed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can actually make a big ATB difference as well. So, it's definitely going to be interesting to see where in the route people will change their battle speed for what purposes and whatnot. 4 and 5 is what we used to use for the safe, quote-unquote safe route back in the day. Because that gives you a lot of time to react to things. Like your ATB comes up and the ATB will stop, and you can select the action very slowly, and the ATB will not advance. Chrono mentioned earlier that, battle speed 1 active. That is obviously the worst case scenario, because well, a lot of JP runners run that because it's the most skillful, because you have to react really, really fast, because enemies take their turn while you're in the menu. Plus, battle speed 1 speeds them up quite a bit, so most runners will not be using battle speed for the most part of the game, obviously, for that reason. But yeah, our first 3 runners have gotten the first crystals here, which are the basic job classes right there. Text meshing is also quite interesting in this game, actually. Similar to FF4, I don't know if they talked about that or not. If you do like an input too fast after, you want to advance the text box, and too fast after that you press again, the input will just be eaten. So you have to be very careful with your text meshing, that you hit the button right at the end of the text box so it advances properly. Because if you just mash, you are losing frames by it, because text boxes might advance a little bit slower than the ideal mashing. So that can actually make a big difference in this game as well. Alright, so Sweat got his jobs and is off to the first town, where we're going to buy a couple of basic items and collect a couple of things. But yeah, for the next 10 minutes, there's, again, not going to be much happening. That's kind of the weak point of FF5, really. Especially if you're running it. I don't know about watching, but if you're running the game, the first 30 minutes are definitely the worst. At least in my opinion, because there's like 2 battles and nothing else is happening. But yeah, Sweat will actually be getting a very interesting skill right here. We did get the job Blue Mage, which basically allows us to learn enemy skills. I'm sure a lot of people who played FF5 know about that. But yeah, there's a battle here in the chest that the Sweat is about to open with a Goblin. And the Goblin can use a skill called Goblin Punch, which we want to have for a couple of bosses that are coming up here, because Goblin Punch is a rather overpowered skill. The problem with the Goblin is he can basically decide to screw you, and you have to wait it out until he uses Goblin Punch and then kill him in order to learn it. That's the general thing for blue magic in this game, is that in order to learn it, the enemy has to use it on you, and then you have to kill the enemy. You can't just run away or anything like that. So as you saw there, he had to wait quite a bit for Goblin Punch to go there. He also changed his battle speed to 1, so the Goblin gets turns faster. But yeah, Goblin Punch works in a way that if you are at the same level as the enemy, Goblin Punch will do 10 times as much damage as a normal attack would do.
Isn't it 8?
Is 8, 10? It doesn't matter, it's a lot.
I agree.
It's a lot, and fortunately, the developers of this game did not even think about that, you know, you could delay leveling up really a lot, and bosses later that are coming up in like, you know, 20 minutes will be like level 2, level 3, and you can use Goblin Punch with them to inflict insane amounts of damage. Like, the bosses level in this game are interesting regardless. Like, a lot of bosses have very interesting levels. Like, the boss that is coming up in 20 minutes is level 3, I believe, which is like in a casual playthrough 3 hours in, so I don't know, in your first playthrough anyways. And they didn't really think about that you could abuse things like Goblin Punch, or, you know, later on in the game bosses have like a very low level. They didn't think about that you could try to Dark Shock them or use items on them that are easy to use on them. It's very interesting, and it makes for an interesting speedrun too, and routing as well. So the goal at the start here, like from what I've said right now, is definitely to keep a low level because of Goblin Punch for like the first 50-ish minutes, and then we're going to be doing very specific leveling to obtain another blue magic later in the game. I'm loving, by the way, how everybody is still so close together. I mean, aside the fact that Rivers got really trolled, I think all runners would still be within a minute, which is awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Rivers was actually ahead of, you know, all the other runners, but just unfortunate troll.
Yeah, things happen in these relays. It's always been that way. I remember Murtons being thrown at people. The Zero's Big Bang is a classic as well, so yeah. Nothing you can do about it, really. Alright, so Ed will be on his way to continue here. The others are still in the cutscene here, getting the key to the water gates. He's going to be buying a couple of basic spells here that we're also going to be using on for specific occasions. Most of them on bosses, some of them for setups. Alrighty. So yeah, the next part is going to be actually relatively interesting regarding the step route, because from this point onwards, you saw, I neglect to mention that, but if you have a thief in your party, you have the ability to dash in this game. Like at the start of the game, when you watch Chrono stream soon, he's going to be walking a lot because you can't dash initially. With the thief, you're able to dash, and that actually makes it quite challenging to not misstep. But yeah, these runners are very experienced and very practiced, so I assume that they are going to be just fine. But that is definitely a very interesting aspect of the step routing. I also hope, I have actually not the exact step route they're going to be using on hand, but I hope they have safety nets in there.
I think we've all researched at least mini dragons and magic dragons. So
yeah, that's the most important one. Alright, and Sweat is off here into the... Channel. Now the interesting thing about this is you can fight encounters here on the boat, and in return, that means you do have a step count here, so you have to be careful with your movement in here as well.
There is no margin here.
There's no...
Steps and you're off. Because what kills you is not being off stepwise, it's getting an extra encounter. That'll really make your day fine.
Yeah, you can fix your step count if your steps off, but as soon as you get an encounter that is, or an extra encounter, it's over.
Basically, like, every single encounter in the game is just basically just pulled from essentially a list, or what becomes certain practice. So basically it goes something like 1, 3, 2, something like that. So we basically just know every formation we're gonna get. But if you're ahead by one, that can spell very bad news. I know that with mine, Arius's, and Dragon step route, or Zin step route, we can be one formation behind and still get many dragons.
Yeah, the routing of this game requires at later points in the game for you to get specific enemy formations in order to, you know, get a setup for bosses, get specific ability points, stuff like that. And therefore it's very important to have the step route going to save as much time as possible on that and not, you know, just blind grind for the formation you want. Because some are very rare of them. But yeah, so we're going on to the first boss here. A Carl boss. Very basic strategy, all black mages and bolt. And after, I believe, 6 bolts he should die. He can troll you a little bit. If he uses Tentacle twice, you need an extra turn basically, but yeah, Sweat got away without the extra turn.
Then I think Arius and Zen both are gonna have a Knight, and that's just so you can grind AP for the Galore strat they're gonna be doing. I
see. Interesting.
And that makes the fight a bit more risky, because basically if he tackles anyone it's in trouble. I think you lose at least a round.
Oh yeah, I've not seen that strategy. That's interesting.
Yeah, we'll get to that once we get to Galore. But they need cover, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. Freddy! Alright, so yeah, that is already a difference to, you know, the standard Black Mage strat that Sweat used, that we all used to use. The ability point grinding basically starts here already with the rerouting, which is very interesting. And that's probably the most frustrating part about the game is the tight ability point routing. If somebody dies on a boss, that can already mean disaster. If he misses like 5 ability points if somebody misses 5 ability points on a battle, that can kill the run basically if it's on the wrong boss. Some bosses later on in the game give 10, 20 ability points, and you absolutely want those in some occasions. So the runners have to be very careful that they don't just kill people, or that people don't just die in boss battles.
The bosses don't troll you too much after World 2. Like at that point, like you're so overpowered that the bosses aren't too much of a threat.
Yeah, that's true. But still, I mean, anything can happen in a relay, really. Now that I've jinxed it, of course. Visually think that you could move over them, so it's kind of tricky to learn this part of the run, or this area specifically. Yeah, as you can see, he already took 2 extra steps there. This is the old step route. I believe still, that he's using here for this part. At least it looked like the old one.
The interesting thing about this game is that for some reason, after Ringmaster, your steps reset. So your tile count will reset, but the formation count doesn't. So what's really important before Ringmastering the step is to get on the right spot in the formations. But as you can see here, like they're all going to be doing the same step route, and I think they start diverging at Karnak.
I see. Alright.
Test. Did we just get quiet, or is Discord finally cut us off?
Test.
Yo. Testing.
Okay, I can hear Roth. Cannot hear Magoose.
Test. 1 2
Okay.
1 2.
Can hear Magoose. Alright, we're good.
Haha!
Magical. I think I can update the dashboard.
Alright, so Sweat is about to enter the next boss fight here with Siren. And I mentioned earlier that the developers of this game were not really aware that boss levels could actually matter. Siren is level 2, and coincidentally, we are also level 2. That is amazing, right? So we can actually use Goblin Punch for Siren here. Siren has a variety of spells she can use in her first and second, and hopefully not third turn, but we will see. Depending on what she uses, the battle can drag out, or she can kill a character if she feels like doing so. So that can slow down / be an inconvenience, but we'll see what kind of luck these the runners will get.
I assume they all got the Safety Phoenix and Tool, right?
I didn't actually pay attention, but I assume so as well.
Once you pass Siren, it's okay, but it's specifically for that boss, because if she kills 2 characters, without the Safety Phoenix, you only have 2. And so then you don't have any for the next parts of the game, and that's interesting.
Yeah, one thing this game thought also, the developers thought it was a good idea, is to make Phoenix Downs ridiculously expensive. I believe they cost 1,000 and they sell for 500. Is that correct?
Yep.
That should be correct.
Yep.
So buying Phoenix Downs is impossible at the start of the game. So you have
unlike,
very limited.
FF6,
Very limited.
Phoenix Downs cost more than Ice Rods.
Yeah. Alright, Sweat got a slow in Ferris, which is not a big deal. That's very good, actually. What you absolutely don't want to see is either haste, or on the second cast you don't want to see a bolt / a cure. A cure is not that terrible, because it's just an additional Goblin Punch, but still an inconvenience. Bolt would be terrible if it kills a person, because you need to revive the person.
Haste, Cure, Armor, that's the best.
Ice and Bolt are the worst.
Alright, Sweat got through it pretty nicely there, without a problem. Let's see how the others will do. Slow on Lena, that's also an inconvenience, but should still work out just fine. Depending on her second spell, of course. Oh, haste for Tintvogel here. That is not ideal. Got a cure on Valor's stream here, but
And
that shouldn't
cure
matter.
on Dragon as well.
Alright. Oh, sleep. See, with haste, if Siren uses haste, she gets the third spell off, which can be really, really bad. Fortunately, it was sleep on Ferris, which is perfect, actually, for a third spell. So, yeah. All runners with really decent luck so far. This battle can go a lot worse, trust me.
And speaking of luck,
Oh yeah, you're about to do the Goblin battle.
yeah, I didn't. I'm not on Manip, so I'm probably not gonna get it.
Oh yeah, interesting. If you start the game and you basically play frame perfectly, you could technically manipulate back attacks and how the battles go and stuff like that, but it's frame perfect, so
It's frame
there's...
perfect in text boxes.
Yeah. I talked
That's the
about how
problem.
you have to advance text boxes perfectly, and how hard it is because you can't just mash to advance them perfectly, because the game will just drop inputs eventually if you just smash, so it's really, really hard to play on a level like that, or even, like, it's probably not even humanly possible
I got
to
the
do
Manip.
that. Or you just do it, that's fine, no problem, no big deal. First try, yeah?
Yep. First try, no ambush.
Alright, or you just do it. Like, you know, no big deal. No big deal. But yeah, it's really, really tough. Alright, Swid already moving over the mountain here. We're running over the plants here, not only for the step route's sake, but it's going to be setting up the boss after the one that is coming up, basically. If you step over these plants, you're getting poisoned, and as a result, your HP deplete while you're moving. So, and that is going to be part of the setup for the boss after the one that we're about to fight. Now, Magissa is also a boss that can troll you a little bit. Most of the time you will have to use a Phoenix down here, sometimes you get lucky and you don't. Let's find out how our runners will do respectively. Also, you saw them all fight encounters here. That is basically to gain a level for the boss that is coming after Magissa as well, because the next boss is going to be level 3, so in return, if we want to use Goblin Punch, we do need to level up at least once. So it seems like the runners all have different experience routes here as well, because they're using different battles to level up here, which is kind of interesting. Alright, but yeah, for Magissa, we picked up an Ice Rod in the town earlier, and the ideal scenario for Swid happened, where Lena just gets killed, because we want Lena dead, and then you can just use an Ice Rod. Depending, if Magissa kills somebody else at the start, you do have to revive that person, and if it's Ferris, it's fine, you can just revive. If she kills Butts or Galoof, you do have to revive and hit them in order to get them into critical HP again, because Phoenix Down have another interesting attribute in this game, where it doesn't revive people in critical, but above critical HP. So, and we want to have critical HP for Galura, which is coming up in a couple minutes here. Because Chrono mentioned this earlier, they are all going to be using Knight with cover, basically, or, you know, they learned cover to use it in that battle. On Valar's stream right now, you will be seeing the backup equipping a knife and hitting the person, will put him in critical, and then you can use the Ice Rods. This is minor time loss, really. Yeah, Sintvogel will have to do the same here. And then you can get through the fight very easily right there. Alright, cool. So all runners with similar luck, more or less. Sweat got the better end of that one. It seems really minor, but the little things like that are RNG, they do add up in time very quickly, so...
Yeah, I'd say once you're into World 2, the RNG is kind of dead. Like, I'd say 80% of the RNG is in World 1, and it's definitely hard to get a good start sometimes.
Definitely.
Ideally, you want a sub 2 Gilgamesh one, I'd say. It's a pretty solid start.
Yep.
I mean, that's like top 2. You can definitely get like very good times without that.
Alright, and yeah, after defeating Medusa, we get the first quote-unquote vehicle of the game. We're able to fly on the Hiryu. And one interesting for this thing for the step route is that you have to pay attention when you land with the Hiryu. If you move too fast after you land it with the Hiryu, it will mess with the step counter. So you have to be very careful that you do that properly. Same goes with going into menus. If you open menus too fast, it might actually not skip the step that it's supposed to.
In terms of flying vehicles, you opening the menu before you land, even if you wait like a couple seconds after you open the menu, you'll still lose a step. But you can land and buffer direction and you'll be fine. It's getting back on where you have to be careful.
Alright, our runner's getting a couple of items here as well. As I mentioned, Phoenix Downs are invaluable in the first 1.5 hours of the game, basically. So they're trying to get as many Phoenix Downs as they can, especially for a relay run like this. And in an attempt, you would probably skip one or the other Phoenix Down. But yeah. For now, another meteorite has fallen, and we are going to have to inspect that, of course. And we're going to go to War's Tower here. And you can see Sweat right there. It took a couple of extra steps here, carefully rooted out, and most of the rooms where you have to take extra steps, the extra steps are routed out that on the last step that you do to turn this into the screen, there would be an encounter and you skip that one. At least that's, for the most part, that's how the step route is working out there. And you can see he's moving through here without getting any encounters, basically. Another bunch of extra steps there, and we're good to go to the next boss. Now, the next boss, I talked about this already. Very interesting setup.
To note that he's vulnerable to paralysis. We'll be seeing that with Arius and Zen.
I see, they're using different stats, that's true. Alright, but for now, we do have Sweat here, and Galura can only attack physically. And fortunately, we do have the Knight here in front of Galoof, and if you use Guard, it reduces physical damage by a bunch. The Knight's innate ability is cover. Like, if you are a Knight, you will always cover low hit point party members, and that's why we want the party members to be low HP for this battle here. And yeah, we got level 3, as you can see, to just, Goblin Punch Galura. Now, after Galura takes like 240-ish damage, he will, or 400 damage, he will start counterattacking. And once or twice. And the one thing that you do not want to see Galura use is Rush. Because if he rushes, which he did on Sweat's side here, which is why Sweat tries to can't run. Alright, he got through it. But Rush is an ability that will inflict HP leak, even though it won't do damage as long as you guard. You will still get the HP leak status on your character, and if you're low HP, because Sweat did not heal before the fight on Galoof, he was on like 40 HP going in. If he would have rushed in the first turn, that could have been disaster, but fortunately he got through it just fine. Now we're seeing the other two guys enter the battle, and mentioned earlier that Galura is vulnerable to paralysis, which whips in this game have the interesting, or most of them anyways, have the interesting property that they do inflict paralysis. So they are going to be aiming to actually paralyze Galura here, both of them not lucky so far. So they're basically sacrificing the Knight strategy. Alright, Waller got the paralysis, and if Galura is paralyzed, he can't counterattack, obviously, so... Let's see here, Dragon needs to get a paralysis now, or Galura is going to start counterattacking soon. That is also why they trained up their Ferris as a Knight, to basically get the cover ability. As you can see, Ferris tanks the hits for them, in case they don't get the paralysis off. Alright, finally got the paralysis there. I'm actually not sure how high the chance of inflicting paralysis is here, but...
50%? I think.
50? Okay. That's pretty good. Like, definitely an interesting way to approach the fight.
It's worth it, even if you get the second try, so...
Yeah, Dragon got fourth try, I want to say, third try or fourth try.
Well,
But still, I mean, could be worse. Yeah, Dragon definitely lost a couple of seconds here. He was on par with Valar, and yeah, now he's like 15-ish seconds behind. That's basically just the RNG in that battle with the paralysis. Interesting strat though. Interesting strat, indeed. Also noteworthy that Galura is one of the few bosses that does give experience, and both of them also left Lena alive, so Lena actually got
gives
experience. Yeah? He does.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think he does because he's a random encounter as well.
Exactly. You can find Galura outside of... oh, I forgot the town's name, but you can find him as a random encounter. He will have the same HP pool, but not quite the stats he has as a boss, so the developers basically just copy-pasted the random encounter into this boss, and forgot to remove the experience for some reason. In the meantime, Chrono is moving through the ship graveyard here and is going to be... oh, first the cutscene, then Siren. So still a little bit to go. Curious to see, because they both left Lena alive, I believe. Unless I missed them killing Lena. How they managed their experience.
Oh, well.
Might have just missed it, because I was focused on the paralysis thing, but yeah.
I mean, they will be killing her off right now, then.
For sure, for sure.
I think Zen was working on a way to have Gluff die. There's some advantages to that, but that's more like menuing stuff and like saving time on less cursor movement. But that's very sort of not very important to the base route. Basically, that's like once you're done optimizing everything else, you can work on making menus slightly shorter and stuff like that.
Alright, so Sweat is back on the world map, and this is, if you know FF5 runs from a little, like, over 6 months ago, you know that normally you wouldn't have this job set up, so this is one of the first changes here. We have a Time Mage, a Black Mage, and a Blue Mage here, and we're fighting these encounters to gain levels, of course, still, but they want ability points on different jobs right now than we used to, so that is the first change that we're seeing here that is really big.
Yeah, Butts is a time mage because we need diamond level 2 for the end of World 1 for a boss fight.
So they're already basically setting up for like a battle in an hour. But yeah, killing the Wild Next was in the old route as well. Setting up the levels. Leaving Lena dead here is to learn a very specific blue magic spell. In like 20 minutes, I want to say. Maybe a little sooner. But yeah.
20, yeah.
Alright, so we're here in Karnak now with Swid, while the others set up their jobs right now as well. And the interesting thing about Karnak is that, first of all, they are all gonna sell all the items they collected, of course, in the shop here, but as soon as you want to try to buy an item, it will just lock you out, and then you will get caught. Now, the interesting thing is, though, that the items that are shown there are actually way cheaper than they usually are, and you will still buy the item that you clicked on, so they are going to be clicking on Fire Rod, and they will get this Fire Rod for like a very cheap amount of money, and then they will get caught. And Del mentioned this way earlier. Now we're in Karnak Castle here, and you have to be very, very careful here, because this is the one area in the run that is a town, basically, quote-unquote a town. And it still advances your step counter, but that is because there's going to be a sequence here where there's going to be random encounters later on. Still, you have to be super careful that you don't maneuver yourself in situations where you get blocked by NPCs or have to move an extra step, otherwise it could mean trouble. Alright, Dragon is on the last one I can counter now. And he is leveling up different jobs. That's interesting. Well, I mean, Wild Necks do not give that much ability points. I believe it's only 1, 2, but...
One. He's also doing only one fight.
Interesting, interesting.
Which can be routed into the other routes, it just... we never thought of it.
I see. So there's already a lot of difference that we have to keep track of here.
He's also... I think he started using a different step count on the way back in the ship.
Alright, in the meantime, Chrono got through Siren. I'm not sure. Actually didn't watch the battle. How did it go?
Haste, Scan, Sleep, which is both good and bad.
That's alright. I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah, animation times cost me a couple seconds, but I didn't have anyone killed or anything, so... it's always good.
Alright, everybody now in the cutscene. Sweat is about to leave the cutscene here, so yeah, as I said, he has to pay attention to how he moves very, very carefully. We should be good. Sorry.
Should be coming up on Liquid Flame soon now, right?
Yep, they are coming up on Liquid Flame. I had to step out for a second here. I apologize. But yeah, the Steam ship regarding the step route is actually kind of interesting. The room that Sweat is in right now is especially interesting because there's a lot of tiles here that will not advance the step counter, and those tiles are adjacent to the switches he's pressing, so you have to be really careful how you move through here. You can't just, you know, press a switch that is next to, like, where the two switches are there. You can't just press the switch and go left and then down. You have to go down in order to properly step out, and you also have to hug the switch at the very end, otherwise your step out will get off, and that is very, very bad for the upcoming section. For now, we're moving into Liquid Flame though, and it looks like a pretty solid time here. Well, sub hour used to be very good. We're about 58 now, which is solid.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that.
I think Sweat still has the best Liquid Flame time with like a 57.22.
That's, yeah. Alright, so Liquid Flame basically has 3 forms. He will start out in the human form here every time, and every form has a specific counterattack. Like, if you attack the human form, it will counter with Flame, and then transform. And with 2 Ice Arts you can kill him, and so it got the ideal pattern here that he transforms into Tornado. Not only does Tornado have the better drop, it also is vulnerable to magic. The thing with the other form, which is a hand, is that you can't hit it with magic, so you have to basically punch it for it to change again, and then hope that it does change to Tornado, because it can change back to human. And if you kill it as a human, I believe it only drops a scroll, which is not as valuable as the bow we just got from the Tornado form. So yeah, ideal luck there. I believe a 58-30-ish, which is good, definitely. The others are coming up. Yeah, the others are coming up to Liquid Flame as well. Valar is moving in right there. Zin is moving through the switch room as we speak. Had a little bit of trouble there with the switches. At least he moved very carefully right there. Alright, let's see what kind of luck we have in the bottom right here. A rush to begin with, that's always good. That doesn't matter though, because you're mostly moving through the menu, and if you're on wait, which all are, rush will actually not do damage while you're in the menu, so that's fine. Ideal pattern here as well, with like a 59 flat, that's still very, very good. Let's see what Sin has to offer here. Flame, by the way, is based on the current HP you have, it will deal a quarter of that as damage, I believe. Indeed, of the max HP, sorry. And he got the hand, so he has to punch and then hope that it transforms. Now, the unfortunate side effect of the counterattack of the hand is that it's fire too, so yeah, he has to spare a Phoenix down here to revive Butts for the ability points, and then he can proceed to kill. That's why he waited a little bit, because he knew that he might need Gallows ATB here. And there you go. He got the human kill as well, so he lost a little bit of money there. As you can see, he got the flame scroll instead of the flame bow. Hopefully that doesn't matter too much, but that was really bad luck. He lost a couple of seconds there as well as valuable resources, so yeah. 59-30. So Sin has lost like 30 seconds to RNG compared to Valar, that much I know. Sweat has been having pretty decent RNG as well. And Chrono is about to move into Galura here. Let's see the strats. I believe those are old school strats with Knight still.
I don't do whip yet.
Yep. Alright. So he's going to make Ferris a Knight, heal her up, and transform the rest of the characters into blue mages. Well, the relevant characters anyways, because Lena will not live to see Galura die, but yeah. Let's see here, hopefully we won't get a rush at the start of the battle.
Ooh, one counter.
We did not. Cool. And yeah, like I said, Galura has counterattacks if you do 400 damage roughly. And the thing is, he can either counterattack once or twice once you hit him, so that is also RNG and can, you know, inflict hurt upon you. In the meantime, Sweat is already moving through Karnak Castle here, and that is why there's actually a step counter for it in the cutscene, because now you can get random encounters here, but obviously the step route has it routed so that, you know, you see all the extra steps here that you don't actually get encounters here, which is very, very important.
I didn't forget to slow.
expected time for FF5 is around 4 hours. Ideally, they finish in like 3:52, 3:53, but you know.
Ideally.
I said ideally, so.
I'll be happy with sub 4 on everyone's part.
Yeah, sub 4 is definitely, with the routes they are using, they can all easily get sub 4. The question is, will the game let them get sub 4?
All you need is step count.
Yep.
All you need. But you need to keep it for like 3 hours, so.
Alright, yeah, but Swed, while we're going through Karnak Castle, of course, we're raiding it for as much money as we possibly can, of course, because money is so very important, especially at the start of the game. But Swed got through it just fine. Got another couple of jobs here that we'll be seeing in action all too soon. And, yeah, I see Valar move through the castle without any trouble as well. Let's see how Sin does. He's like 30-ish seconds behind, so he should follow up as
He
well.
should gain a bit of time as well, because he gets one less chest.
I see. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually bad for him though, because he got the worst money drop. But yeah, I believe that he has it routed out.
He's routed it, yeah.
Yeah. I would be
think-
surprised if he hasn't.
I think Swed's the only one that's going to get an ether later on in the library as well.
Okay. Oh yeah, regarding the Sergeant fight here, by the way, this one is scripted. This is technically a boss battle, and if you don't kill the Sergeant fast enough after you defeated the dogs that are guarding him, the Karnaks, he will transform into a very nasty boss. Okay, I was surprised by that strategy, but it works out just fine. Perfect. He used a rod and then fire too. First time I saw that, but that's interesting. But yeah, more power to him. But yeah, you don't want to see him transform because that wastes time. It technically doesn't do anything for you, like it doesn't hurt you like money-wise, ability point-wise, or anything like that, but it does waste a lot of time seeing the transformation because there's additional dialogue. In the meantime, Swed is already on Ifrit, and he got hit on Galoof there, and you can't miss the ability points, apparently, for the roots on Thief there, so 2 Ice Rods will make short work of Ifrit, but yeah. Had to waste quote-unquote, a Phoenix down there. Also noteworthy with the step route here, the desert they are moving past here has a very nasty encounter with a Chimera that can basically one-shot you, but obviously it's routed out so that you don't get encounters there, duh. But if you were to be off and you wouldn't notice, that could spell disaster for you as well. Valar moving in here, into the library. Alright, and there's an interesting little quirk on Sweatstream that you just saw. We do want to get the stealth here, but he has to enter the screen transition right there to skip an encounter and then go back and get the stealth, basically. And now we're going to be setting up for a bunch of things that we're going to be getting here. The first one is a very good blue magic spell right here. From page 64, our good friend, called a level 5 Doom, and this is why Lena's experience management was so crucial. You want her to be level 5 in this battle, and a blue mage in order to get level 5 Doom for free. It's RNG whether he casts it or not, so first try is very good. You can proceed and just, you know, finish the battle. An interesting aspect about the random battles in this area is that you have these pages everywhere, like page 32, page 64, page 128, and so on and so forth. And normally, you know, you kill an enemy and it dies. These enemies are basically a gauntlet. Like, if you would fight them normally and kill one, there would be another one popping up, at least one other one. And the way we circumvent that is you see that he made Ferris a mediator, and you just weaken the page 64 and then catch it. That is the fastest way to get rid of that.
He also, I think we also all need it later on.
Are you actually using page 64?
Yes.
Oh, sick. I didn't know that. That's gonna be cool.
We also caught Azures, I think some of us might have.
Mm-hmm.
So that's for Arceus. And page 64 gives a reliable damage output, so it's useful for that boss as well.
Ah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
That boss is all about damage rolls.
Yep. Alright, in the meantime, Sweat on Biblos, and he got good RNG there. The thread is definitely one of the more favorable things you can see here. 2 Fire Rods, short work, again. But yeah, Biblos is one of the few bosses that actually has dialogue after he dies. And a cool dissolving animation as well. Alright, in the meantime, Valar on the page 64 fight also got level 5 tomb really quickly here. Uses a little bit of the different setup, as you can see. For him, Butts is the mediator, so those are the minor things that are going to set this apart, like the ability rooting. Sin is getting the stealth rope right now, and he's going to be using Ferris as a mediator. Okay, see? Oh yeah.
It's all about what jobs you're gonna have for Arceus, because he gives us all at 10 AP, so he wants the tame.
Alright, oh yeah, another thing that the runners will be using, you will probably never see white mages really, one exception, I think, if people still set the battle up that way, but white mages basically, if you see somebody make somebody a white mage, it's just to heal in the menu. More or less, like, you're basically just using the white mage job for menu healing, more or less. There's like one battle where white mage will actually be used, I believe, so unless you guys completely turn dead upside down as well, but I can't imagine that's the thing.
No, not with Dragon Fangs, no.
No, okay.
But I think Arius might. Maybe.
Because there's different ways to get that. Like, I know I saw Dragon route around that, I believe, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to use it. When I say dragon, I mean Sinful, by the way. That might be a little bit confusing to the people, but yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at things, basically this route is the route that I'm running is only about like a week and a half old. The route Zen's running is only about a couple of days old. So the route Arius is running is actually like a month old. But like that's when he started relearning the game, and I don't blame it on him for not learning a route that's ultra recent, especially if he hasn't routed it himself. And then Sweat as well.
There you saw Sweat catching an Angel. That is for a setup later. That is going to be very, very interesting. You should be excited for the next split that is visible on the streams here. Because the strats they are going to be using are definitely very inventive, and exploit one of the properties of HP leak in this game, so yeah, stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we found mid in the library, and obviously, you know, set us down, depressed at the very moment, and mid can't let that happen, so we gotta drag mid along. And you know, we're gonna get the boat out of it. It's a bunch of cutscenes here for the next 5 minutes. The thing with talking to mid after you defeated Biblos, by the way, I see Zen is still on the fight. If you hold up and press the A button too fast and trigger the dialogue too early, it can mess with your step route. You have to be very careful about that. Like, if you try to go too fast, you actually miss out on a step, I believe. So it will mess up your step counter, and especially for the part that is coming up, that is very, very crucial that you are still on the step counter. But yeah, for now, the three that are in the same areas will be going through a couple of cutscenes here, nodding off a lot. Interesting setup here to catch the Agil with the Mystic Knights. Interesting, interesting.
That must be something. I think he. No, oh, that may be Arius, because I think he rated this game super safe. Like, I don't think there's a single thing that's left in his route that's not safe.
I see. That's
So I
good
think-
for a relay.
Yeah, there's like a 1% chance you would overdamage all 3 of them, but I think with this strat there's no chance whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, Mystic Knight is basically for a safe damage roll on the hits, Melodia. At least that's what I would guess it is, because other classes would probably not. Mystic Knight also is relatively fast, so you get your turn first, and then you have basically a very safe physical hit plus the fire to catch the Eagle 100% of the time, Agil. Alright, so Zen moving out of the library, adjusting his jobs right here to catch it as well. Going to be using 2 red mages. And healing up as well at the pots. Gotta go fast, Alistair. No piano flexes. Unless somebody actually wants to do that. I don't know. I'm not against it.
It's too late.
It's never too late.
We can do frog hat though. That's reasonable.
Oh, Dragon is Sinfogel is actually also using a different encounter to catch the Agil. Interesting. And he's going to be using 2 Fire 2s, which that can be a damage roll, I'd imagine, with the Fire 2s that makes you unable to catch the Agil. But he got it, so he's good, he can just run away now.
The problem is not catching, it's them dying, really.
Oh, dying, I see. Interesting. Alright, Chrono moving through the steamship here at Liquid Flame at a very good pace here. This will be sub 58, which is really, really good, so your run has been going pretty well so far, I imagine.
Indeed, yeah.
Let's see what Liquid Flame does. Good start with the flame.
Heyo.
That sounds good.
43, not too bad.
Nice. Yeah, that's very, very good actually. That's really, really good pace. You mentioned earlier like 57.22 or what it was from Sweat is the best Liquid Flame time so far.
Yeah.
Overall, like, ever done, so like only 20 seconds behind that for a relay is definitely very, very good.
And also I can't get that because of different EXP routing. I could only get like a 30.
Oh, I see.
I'm also like a minute and 7 seconds out of my PB at the moment, which is good pace.
That sounds good pace, yeah.
So that's like sub 50 pace if I keep it up and I don't get bad RNG.
For those of you who don't know, the current record is being held by Chrono, so if he's ahead of his splits, that means it's record pace. Alright, and Sweat is moving out of the cutscenes. Now, with the boat here, you gotta be careful how you move. Like, you see how he is trying to be a little bit safe there with the steps, because if you move a little bit wrong with the boat, it can mean an extra encounter here. Which we don't want to see, of course, because that would mean everything is going to fall apart. It's not that terrible. Like, you can't fix it, I believe.
Yeah,
But, yeah, he's...
have we explained half steps yet?
No, we haven't.
So basically, we mentioned before that you can open the menu too early. Well, sometimes you want to intentionally do that to save steps. So it's incorporated into our step routes in many places. And also, it's a very good way to get back on step. Because let's say you do
Okay. So, Discord's back, I think. Kind of. We're missing about half the people that were here, so there's definitely some kind of connection issues going on with Discord. So sorry about that, guys.
And, well, I can't help too much since I have no idea where they are.
They are just getting into the Black Chocobo Forest.
Okay, so Zen and Swed should have both killed the Black Flame encounter somewhere on the sea. That's for both AP and EXP. And now we're going to see a big split in the routing. Ares is going to be doing 2 mini dragon fights right here. Whilst Swed and Zenford are going to be waiting a bit before doing the grinding. Mostly for AP reasons, because right now you don't have access to the jumps you do later. So the AP you're going to get on the main dragons is somewhat wasted.
Alright, I assume you explained it. I'm back. Coolio. So yeah, they're going to be moving straight to our good friend Sandworm here.
And so, the running away from the Aegis is a timing setup, by the way. A bit tricky.
Interesting way to step root there. Sweat actually taking a save here. I see, I see. That might be a good idea to occasionally save here and there, like if you have to menu anyways. This game has the fortunate thing that the menus are super responsive. I don't think there's any game that can match the responsiveness of the menu of this game, so if you want to save, you can do that within like a second, so it doesn't waste any time really. Alright. So... Arius is about to actually grind. I believe you mentioned that. I caught the end of that sentence. So he'll be doing that before doing the rest of World 1 basically, more or less. While others like Swed, for example, do it later.
I think he is the only one that does it first, mostly for AP reasons.
Mm-hmm. It is definitely because if you do it at the end of World 1, Galoof will miss out on the AP that you and the experience that you get, which in some routes is not a big deal, but for safety reasons I can imagine that, you know, you do kind of want a little extra AP here and there.
Well,
So...
let's just say I have a plus or minus 100 XP margin in my route.
That's not a lot.
Because the tricky thing is getting Galoof to a level to the point where you're behind level for Gilgamesh 2, but not too high to not be level 13.
Yeah, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, so you're going to be learning level 2 old with Galoof then, or yeah, Kara respectively.
We want to have as many characters as possible, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the basic sandworm strat, I forgot to mention that. You saw that on Sweatstream earlier. You throw water scrolls in his face, and he dies. It's very cool.
Okay, good.
Alright, we can see that soon in area stream. Sandworm does counter attack, like there's 3 holds there basically, and he's going to come out of one of them. And if you do an AoE attack like Water Scroll, it's the fastest way to kill him, but unfortunately the 2 holes that are empty are going to counterattack with Demi. That's not a big deal though, you can kill him before anything bad happens. Like if you wait too long, Sandworm will start using attacks as well, which inflict HP leak. I believe is it called Sandstorm or Sandwhirl? I don't remember. It's been a while, but
Quicksand.
Quicksand, yeah.
It also does like 60 damage.
Yeah, that can be dangerous, especially if you're not leveled. That can be dangerous, but you should always kill him before he can do anything. Alright. In the meantime, Chrono is on Biblos, and looks like an okay fight to me. Also note that you see that he has a sort of a different job setup than others had. Like, there's minor differences here and there. Like, I remember that Swed had 3 black mages, and you see for Chrono he has a blue mage and a time mage still there, so a little bit of ability point gaining here and there for those jobs. Let's see how Iris does on Sandworm. The thing with the Water Scrolls is, Sandworm has 2,500 HP, and you can kill him with 2 Water Scrolls, and you should kill him with 2 Water Scrolls most of the time, but there's, as you saw, Arias got a damage roll 1,210 there. If you get 2 of those bad ones, it can mean that you have to use an additional one.
That was back in the day. Because he has 3,000 actually. Back in the day you did 2 and you relied on damage rolls, now we just all do 3. And we have to do 3.
I see.
Because the reason that Arius is grinding 3 instead of 2 is that he's going to be doing some AP grinding later in a place where you're going to get forced encounters, the Mungo River. And so those also get EXP, so the extra EXP is enough to compensate for the 1 main dragon fight you don't do. Because since you're going to get those fights anyways, the extra couple of seconds it takes to kill them is very efficient for AP.
Alright. So Xin caught up a tiny little bit, I believe. He also grinded on mini dragons. So those 2 are going in with mini dragon grinds, basically. While Sweat still has to do that. Naturally, he is a little bit further ahead than he should be at the very moment, because he's going to do it a little bit later, but yeah.
He's not going to do mini dragons though. He's going to do
the
black
grind.
ones.
Yeah, but yeah, the grinding, I should say.
That's going to be the story of this like of the races. Oh no, he's not actually going to do that. So we're doing something different. It's hard to keep track of it all. Yeah, I'd say the hour after Corlabos is one of the most interesting in the game because there's just lots of dungeons, lots of bosses. The game kind of mellows out a bit for World 2. I think my meshing just reached audible levels, I'm sorry for that.
It's cool. I could barely hear it.
Actually, I didn't know about the text box thing, so I just match as fast as I can.
Yeah.
I think you'd lose frames by trying to time it anyways.
Yeah, if you would have to frame perfectly hit it every time, which is impossible. Like, if you mash, there's only a couple of times where, you know, it will just not advance immediately, but yeah, it's definitely, mashing is definitely the easiest method to advance text boxes relatively quickly. But still, some inputs get eaten if you do it too fast. Alright, so Sweat on Crayclaw here. And this was the boss we used to steal stuff from, but not anymore. Not anymore. Now this guy has 2,500 HP, I believe. or 2000, something like that. And yeah, 2 Thunder Scrolls, very easy. This was the boss. He has a Coral Sword as steel, and we used to steal that to glitch out the Coral Sword and sell that for a bunch of money, but not anymore. Things have changed, and we're going to get into that in a little bit.
Give it about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
The unfortunate downside of this is this was the part of the run where, you know, you would go sell Coral Swords, get a bunch of Phoenix Downs because now you could afford them, and, you know, you were safe. Right now the runners are not, you know, safe for that matter, but there's nothing coming up that should cause trouble. But, you know, one tiny mess up and things could fall apart, so hopefully they can keep it together. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, you should have enough Phoenix Downs at this point. Also, there's like a Phoenix Down that takes quite a while to get, but here at Adamantium, you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
You could have gotten it at the very beginning of the game, but it just takes way too long if you're walking.
Yeah. It's like 10 additional seconds, which is ridiculous. Alright. Everybody moving through cutscenes here. Surprising, because we're playing FF5, but yeah.
This game doesn't have cutscenes. I mean, to be honest, the story is actually pretty interesting.
The story is interesting, for sure.
The one downside
Especially
is the one thing that's sort of a shame is that the text goes slow enough to be annoying and like feel very slow in a speedrun, but it goes too fast to be able to read it all. Unlike
Yeah.
FF6. Where it's like watching a movie with subtitles, basically. Then you have FF10, which is a movie with subtitles, but...
Alright, so Sweat will be moving into the next little boss here. Basically, we're going to have to collect adamantites in order to power up our ship so we can go higher into the air. And in order to do that, we have to collect it from the meteorites that landed. And there's going to be a little surprise there. In the meantime, Arius is fighting Crayclaw right now. Oh, looks like he's going to be getting Coral Swords. I see, I see. Okay, so he's going to do the old strat that you'll see here. Basically underflowing his first slot, then stealing, then throwing again, so the slot stays underflowed, and boom, you have infinity Coral Swords. It's not infinity, but it's a bunch. And yeah, he got the first try steal too, which is very, very nice. So that he basically did not lose any time there. The unfortunate thing about this method of stealing duplicating is that the steals are obviously not guaranteed. So if the boss decides to troll, or if the thief decides to troll you, you can take infinity amounts of time to steal the Coral Swords. Like, and yeah, that's a huge, huge time waster. Yeah, in the meantime, I was going to talk about Adamantimi, which Sweat fought, but yeah, the thing with that boss is he's a multiple of level 5, and yeah, if you use level 5 Doom, he dies. That's the good thing about level 5 Doom. Like bosses do not have immunity to it. Like they are vulnerable to it, no matter what. Like even if they are immune to death, that doesn't matter. Level 5 Doom will just go through and kill it regardless.
The big problem with that boss is less so how to kill him and more so how to survive his initial 2 attacks. So I think Sweat has a night with cover, and he relies on getting his characters into critical after Sandworm, which is extremely common. So.
Mm-hmm.
And his AP is routed in such a way that anyone can be a blue mage. So. As long as one character is in critical, he's fine. And I think Zen does a different strat, as well as I.
Alright, in the meantime, Arius is stocking up on a couple of items here. As you saw, he sold the Coral Swords for a bunch of money. He's actually getting a summon here. Interesting. That is very promising, because summons were never used in FF5, like in the old route before. But as you already saw, some people already made one of the characters a summoner earlier to collect a little bit of ability points here and there, so we can be excited for the use of summoner. Sweat, in the meantime, is already at the Flying Fortress here, where you have to fight 4 battles before a boss battle in order to actually proceed into the fortress. The easiest way to do that, obviously, as you see, is just, throwing a couple of Thunder Scrolls and, yeah, make sure work of them. The enemies that are the for quote-unquote random enemies here can either be flame guns or, I believe, rocket launchers? I don't know. Something let's see, maybe I get... No luck. He got flame guns again. But yeah, two different types of enemies that have different moves. Shouldn't matter because you're faster than them and should kill them in 2 Thunder Scrolls anyways, so...
Well...
Yeah. Should.
The HP value makes it a damage roll, I believe.
Yeah, you should kill them with 2 Thunder Scrolls, but Sweat
Yeah.
has 3 ninjas, so it's not a problem, even if he does not kill one of them. Rocket Launcher. Alright, yeah, that's the name. That must be accurate. Alright, and now... He's going to make Butts a Time Mage again. Chrono mentioned this earlier. They do need Dimension 2 for the end of Fort 1, so... Dimension Magic level 2. There we go. But, yeah, 3 ninjas on the Soul Cannon here. Now, Soul Cannon would actually be really dangerous if you wouldn't have ninjas. Soul Cannon is a boss that charges up his attack and then uses Wave Cannon to, which basically deals half of the max HP and inflicts HP leak, but it takes a very long time to charge up. Unfortunately, ninjas are way powerful with their Thunder Scrolls to kill it really quickly. In the meantime, Arius is actually losing ground on Xin here, on Adam and Timmy still. He has trouble keeping his characters alive right there. Fortunately, he has a bunch of Phoenix Downs already at his disposal, so now he's finally able to use level 5 Doom there. He has kind of had a risky setup there with the 2 blue mages, Thief and Mediator, because none of them have a rather high HP pool, so Adam and Timmy can one-shot them if they are not equipped properly. I believe you have equipment for 1 blue mage that he can endure 1 attack, but the rest of it are all vulnerable to one-shots, and yeah, that's what happened there. So
The 1 out of 16 is still bad luck, but... I think Zen went for just tasting the blue mage so that he goes first.
Alright, Sweat taking a bunch of extra steps here.
I think it takes about 100.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned earlier, that it's not even... Yeah, this doesn't even seem worth it. Look at this, oh man.
He loses 15 seconds on that.
Yeah.
But in BS1 you don't want to encounter anything, basically, so...
Yeah. I mean, I can understand, if you routed that for like a BS1 run, to relearn another way to step route is really difficult, especially for a long game as this. Like, if you make minor changes, alright, but he would have had to, adjust completely, and I can understand that he uses his quote-unquote old step route then. And it doesn't lose that much time, like you said, like 15 seconds?
Yeah.
That's alright.
It looks cool, though.
It does look very nice, yeah. Alright, we're going to be opening exactly 1 chest here. We used to get all of these chests for various reasons. There's an ancient sword in there, a shuriken, and a power ring that we all used to get, mostly for money, some for other things. Like the Ancient Sword could be used for way later in the game to hit an enemy with a skill, but aside from that, you don't need all that stuff with the new routes, so we just get the money and run basically at this point. And yeah, Tsin and Arius are both fighting the battles outside of the floating fortress here. All getting flame guns.
That's good.
Ah, they're just called rockets, I see. But yeah. If they would ever get a turn, rockets can use missile and a rocket attack that confuses you and does damage based on your max HP. That it halves your HP. While flame guns can use flamethrower, which just inflicts like I believe 120 to 150 damage, roughly around that. But now you get to see on Sweatstream here, focusing on that. We have Archaeoavis, and normally Archaeoavis has a bunch of phases that you have to defeat, which all have 1,600 HP. You saw him use the Agil there, and what the Agil does, it casts Rainbow Wind when you have caught it and release it. And Rainbow Wind inflicts HP leak, and he set it up in a way that, with the one Mediator, he uses the page 64 to inflict a very fixed amount of damage. I believe the damage only varies by 10-ish. So he knows exactly how much damage page 64 is going to deal. Hit it with a bunch of other stuff, and basically brought it down to very low HP, then used Rainbow Wind, and due to the HP leak status, normally if you deplete the HP of one phase of Archaeoavis, it's just supposed to change the phase. However, you can ignore the script with HP leak, which means that instead of transitioning, it just flat out dies if HP leak inflicts the 0 HP. You can ignore the script that way, which is really, really convenient and a really cool way of killing that boss. That was added very, very recently to the route, and yeah, you can do the same thing. It was already known that you can ignore scripts of bosses with, like, you know, Kiss of Blessing and stuff like that. I'm sure people know about that stuff, but this HP leak strat is a very, very nice one. You could also use a similar strat with a Monk, but that is sort of random. Monks can counterattack, and if you hit him with a counterattack and kill him with that, that will also ignore the script. So that would be another way to do that, but that's sort of random, especially since you can't guarantee that Archaeoavis is going to attack physically, but that's a very, very cool way of doing that. I recommend paying attention to the other boss battles if you didn't see Sweat do it right now, because I was talking about somebody else, but it's a really, really nice strat and really well thought out.
I think Zen had the initial idea for that.
I'm actually really, really surprised nobody thought of that before, because a bunch of people used to do that in Forge Up Fiestas, like kill him with counterattacks, kill him with HP leak, and in the speedrun it took so long to implement it. Like, it's really surprising.
Probably because people were like, oh, you come with a monk, well, that's dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Archaeoavis run a lot because that sort of snowballed into the route we have now, because that was the first time I integrated a change into the route, because Zenon found the shred, but he wasn't running the game anymore, so I found a way to integrate it.
Yeah, it's also, like, back when, you know, we didn't used to use the HP leak strat, you had to have a certain level to inflict damage on Archaeoavis, so that is basically the blockade that blocked us from, you know, skipping the grind, which is now a huge part of the new route, so yeah. There you can see on Sin stream the Rainbow Wind strat. And see you. Oh yeah, with HP Leak actually, another interesting side fact of HP Leak is that I believe HP Leak goes by faster if the ATB is held up for you. Like, if you get your turn, right when you get your turn, HP leak will leak the HP faster than, you know, normally. So what you want to do is, once you inflict Rainbow Wind, you want to just sit there and wait, not like input anything, just sit there and wait. I don't know why the game does that, but it actually increases in speed if you are staying on your menu and you're on the basically waiting. And for good measure, Arius is going to do the same thing right now. Also noteworthy that they do have different mediator setups that we talked about earlier, like different AVP routing. Arius going opting in for the little bit safer one. In the meantime, Chrono is past the Prey Claw. Yeah, but I mean I watched Xin routing and testing the fight, I believe. Or was it Iris? I can't remember.
Iris,
but one of them
yes.
tested the HP leak stat, and it's just ridiculous how fast HP leak is when you're on the wait. When your ATB just comes up and you know you have the wait going on, it's ridiculous how much faster it is.
Yeah, so basically you just wanna have your turn up for a little bit and then defend, because after the acceleration stops. And
Yeah.
you can like triple the amount of damage HP Leak can do with that. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
That's also why you want on Galura. If you get rushed, you want to defend as quickly as possible. We talked about landing the airship lot.
About what?
Landing the airship yet?
Oh. It's, yeah, I don't know if you saw FF4, I'm sure they talked about MLG landing, but in this game it's even worse. It's really hard to move the airship very precisely, and, yeah, unfortunately, while you're flying, it does not influence the step counter. Now that would be the kicker, but yeah, it's very hard to land on a very specific tile.
Like something ridiculous like that. Like it's, you have no time.
Alright, most of them are moving through cutscenes again. Chrono will be coming up on Adam and Timmy in a little bit here. And Sweat should be moving out to defeat a couple of bosses relatively soon as well. Cutscene should be almost over.
What's up, 30 Timmy? The dream.
And boom, level 5 Doom. Easy, easy, easy. You actually had, I think you were the only person that had a ninja, and I believe it was because you want smoke, if I saw that correctly.
It's because Diamond gives as much maggot power as Black. So I don't have to set ninja. It says the ninja again.
I see. Alright, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm using a very worn out SNES pad, that's why.
Alright, now Sweat is moving through the end of World 1 here, and he's going to be grinding, catching up on experience right now, basically. Noteworthy that you can see the reason he wanted to delay this grind is so he gets ability points for Chemist for Butts right there. As you can see, Chemist is the job that you unlock after beating Archeoavis. So that's the initial goal with like skipping the grind before that part of the game, is to get Chemist ability points. That was like the initial thought behind that, you know. Getting Mix, like if you played the game, you know Chemist is totally overpowered, and Mix is probably the most powerful skill in the game. So, you know, that will be coming to play a lot of times in World 2. There's going to be a lot of new strats on bosses there. And in World 3, for that matter, but, I mean, they're new strats, but you could have technically done them with the old route as well.
I don't think we mentioned Dark Shock, but it would be good to explain what Dark Shock is and why we chose to skip it.
Oh yeah, Dark Shock is a very nice skill that the Black Flames have here that we used to get, because, you know, I talked about level 5 Doom and it going through death immunity and stuff like that. And most of the bosses, of course, are not, like, a multiple of level 5, so, yeah. But Dark Shock halves the level of an enemy. Now, the thing is that most bosses, like, I think most bosses have a level where if you halve the level, there's some sort of way that you can get it to be a multiple of 5. Like at the start of World 2, most bosses have a level that is like 31, 41, stuff like that. And what the game does if you halve the level right there, instead of it like, you know, 31, instead of adding to the number that is halved, like say, you know, you have the 30, half that it's 15, and the one is just left is 16. No, the game does 15. So you could immediately, if you use Dark Shock, you can immediately use level 5 Doom and kill the boss. That was a very convenient way of dealing with a bunch of bosses. And if there was another case of like a boss was like, I don't know, level 73, you could halve the level and then use level 2 old, which we are going to get later as well. And what that would have done is, if you use level 2 old on a boss, which also goes through immunity because it's a level spell, it will decrease the level of an enemy gradually, and there's certain ATB setups for bosses later as well. We're going to be seeing level 2 old, level 5 Doom still, but in a combination with Dark Shock, you can basically kill anything with that Death by Mass strat without a problem. So, the reason they are skipping it now is because it takes a while to get Dark Shock, and you don't need it. So, why would you get it? Like, there's been, like I said, new strats for most of the bosses in World 2, a lot of bosses in World 3 that we use Dark Shock on, or used to use Dark Shock on, that are just much more convenient right now and faster than the quote-unquote safe Dark Shock strats, or easy Dark Shock strats.
And it didn't always hit either.
Dark Shock has a chance to miss, it's based on level. The higher the level of the enemy is compared to yours, the harder it is to hit. So, I don't know the exact formula, but if the enemy is 50 levels higher, it's close to impossible to hit it. So, it worked out for like the World 2 bosses for the most part. The one bad boss was Atomos, which we used Dark Shock on, because Atomos is a relatively high level compared to us. But, yeah. For the most part, we had just, you know, took the RNG factor and said, okay, we're going to deal with it, and it's just much more convenient right now by skipping it. Like, there's no RNG to it at all anymore, so you have a consistent way of dealing with most of the bosses in the game now. And there, on Sweatstream, you see an interesting strat right there. Now, he used Tame, which he got for both Lena and Ferris. The thing with Tame is it's a mediator skill that you learn if you get enough ability points, if you level high enough, that will basically paralyze magic beasts at 100% rate. And what do you know, even though Chimera Brain is a boss, he's still classified as a magic beast, so he can just infinitely stun him or paralyze him that way. So Chimera Brain is not a problem at all that way. He's trying to get a steal here too, which
And
is
the
the main
red
reason.
steal.
Yeah, which is the main reason why you do want to have Tame. And we don't want to see any Wind Spears.
You want the common Dragon Fang, which is a 97%.
Now, Dragon Fangs are a really, really good item there we go. To mix with, and yeah, they're obviously he's going to be using a similar duplication setup that we used for the Coral Swords that we saw on Aria's stream earlier, where you will just get a bunch of Dragon Fangs. But not only do Dragon Fangs mix well with a lot of stuff, they are also sell for a lot of money, so you basically kill two birds with one stone there, which is really, really nice and convenient. The unfortunate side effect is if you do get the rare steal, you're in a lot of trouble. The rare steal is the Wind Spear, and I believe you do have a backup for that Chrono, but
You have enough money, but you have to revert to old strats.
Yeah. So you do lose like over a minute, I believe, if you
Minute and a half, yeah.
Minute and a half, yeah. So that is kind of the danger of that route. Fortunately, he did get the Dragon Fang. Getting rare steals in this game is actually very, very difficult, so I don't know. If you do get the Wind Spear, that's really, really terrible luck, but yeah. Tsin, in the meantime, on the same battle right now, so he caught up quite nicely there. I would say that he actually, yeah, with his route, caught a little bit up on Swed overall.
Cutscene time.
Let's see how his steal luck is right here. So far, not very lucky. As you can see, haste is coming into play as well, so that you can keep the Chimera stunned. Gotta tame it.
One thing we may not have mentioned is that we have Goluf as a thief for two reasons. One, we need him to have dash a bit later on when we're going to be controlling Goluf. And also, your passive abilities stay active even when a member of the party leaves. So by having Goluf in our party as a thief, before he leaves our party, we still have the ability to not get ambushed active, which is very important for the ground we're going to be doing. Because the ambush would be our run cover, basically.
Oh yeah, you're very low in HP, so if you get ambushed with 3 characters, it could spell disaster.
Hopefully I can get better Chimera luck, because I'm already on a pretty good pace after Arceus, so...
Yeah, both Swed and Sin did get luck. It took like a couple of tries until
I'd say under 3 is good, because it's a 40% chance to 0, so...
Yeah, so 3 is like the average, which is nice, so... So I went with 156.30 World 1 here, which is, I guess for the route you are using, it's alright. That used to be a very, very good time in the old route.
Yeah, I mean, I personally measured by Gilgamesh one time, so if that's a 2, that's insane pace.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I'd say sub 2, 201 is respectable, definitely.
Yeah.
I remember when I thought sub 2 time was good.
Alright.
And so this is the only break in the run, basically. So you get like 40 seconds.
Alright. Oh, who got critical there from Titan? No, Arias on Titan, and you see Summoner actually. Alright, sweet. Now what does Remora do exactly? Like
It paralyzes him temporarily.
Paralyzes, yeah, that's what I was going to guess, but yeah. Titan is supposed to be counter-attacking once he dies with Earthshaker, and Earthshaker does like 450 to 500 damage. And the way to circumvent that was we were using Dragoon with jump. So basically, we jumped with the Dragoon, 2 Guild Hostas, Titan died, counter-attacked, and the Dragoon was in the air and survived. But by paralyzing him with Remora there, basically the same as with Arceus, it can't, you know, the script just gets ignored and it won't counterattack, which is super nice.
I mean, the huge advantage that was getting the 6 AP for Chemist there. Because that saves grinding, basically. Because 6 AP is a lot.
Alright, yeah, Iris following Sweat here with a 157.30, just 1 minute slower World 1 time. Gotta keep in mind that he is using somewhat more safe strats, so... yeah. In the meantime, Dragon is coming up to Titan. Sin. Sorry, I'm gonna make that mistake like 100 times. And we're going to be seeing Remora here as well. Whoa, that's good damage roll right there in Ferris. Did not heal before Titan. Interesting, but yeah. Alright, got through the fight just nice and
It's
easy.
still surprisingly close. I'm also very proud of the, let's say, newcomers for being able to keep up with Sweat. He's been running the game for a lot longer than they have, and he's second place at the moment.
Oh
And
yeah.
he's definitely world record material. Like he was on world record pace today and was sweating a bit, but
Sweat is definitely the veteran here. Sweat used to run this game like way over a year ago. I believe he started running a year and a half ago, so he definitely has the most experience. The other 3 runners are very recent addition. I know you guys have worked on the game before, but seriously running, it's like you guys started seriously running just like a couple months ago.
I think Arius basically ran a year ago, but then he took a pretty big break. Dragon as well. And
I
I've been
saw
running the game
Arius
for 6
stream
months.
a bunch of like, you know, new step routing stuff way earlier, but I never saw him do runs, so, you know.
Yeah.
Very nice strat there for the Abductor, by the way. Just front rolling and getting killed. I like
Who
that.
does that?
Arius did that.
Yeah, okay, good.
We used to use Goblin Punch here, which is the reason why we got the Ancient Sword, by the way, that we skip now, so we can kill ourselves with Goblin Punch, because you're the same level as you are, so you're dealing the 8 times of damage to yourself.
Dancing Dagger works as well, so that's actually kind of pointless. So I believe we do a Goblin Punch later to kill someone off.
No, I mean for the suicide on the first Abductor, not the boss.
Oh right, yeah, you don't have Dancing Dagger, that's true.
Yeah. That's why we got the Ancient Sword, basically, more or less. It does sell for like 2,000 or whatever it does, but...
The money route isn't that tight anymore, thankfully, since last time I've run the Zen Marathon.
Let's not talk about that.
That was fun. I think that re-shortcaged what FF5 was like, though. It's like one mistake and you're dead.
Yeah, that's definitely... out of the 3 games that we run today, FF5 is definitely the least forgiving. That much is certain. No matter what you do, like what route you were using or how much safety you're implementing into the route, FF5 is still, like, if you make a mistake, it can cost you everything. Like, definitely very unforgiving speedrun.
Well, FF5 is, I'd say, like, one of the most rewarding as well. Because, like, if you're good at the game will give you good times. To a certain degree. Like, at some point you get to the level where the RNG reward 1 is just too much, but...
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, this game has quite a fair bit of execution in it. And, like, this game has the most menus. Because of all the job switching you have to do. Like, that eats up a lot of time if you do it very slowly.
I do hope that we have Sweat's audio going, because, he's on the bridge now. Alright, I'm going to explain the bridge relatively quickly, so you guys can enjoy the music. Basically there's encounters all over the bridge, and they are moving in a very specific way to avoid all of those. And the first encounter, sadly, you can't skip. Actually, probably not even sadly, because you do kind of need a little bit of experience, but the first encounter you can't skip, and then you can just try, with very specific movement, you can skip everything after that. And yeah, the Gilgamesh 2 fight here, yeah, very simple. You just throw money at your problems.
It's very simple as long as you're level 13. Like before, that's like the threshold you've discovered. If you're level 12, you just get wrecked. Just don't do enough damage.
Oh yeah, Guild Toss damage is based on your level, so as you saw, Galoof did a lot less damage because what grinded the other 3 characters, while Galoof is still level 13, so he does a little less damage, and you do need to deal a certain amount of damage, obviously, to the boss in order to, you know, make him run away. You don't even kill him, but yeah. Fortunately, if somebody dies on Gilgamesh, the fortunate thing about him is he doesn't give experience or ability points, so you don't even have to care if that happens.
And also, once we come up on Zen, we're gonna probably see an interesting use of a spell that only gets used for Gilgamesh 2. He's gonna... I think he still does Void strats. I will be doing those as well, for safety.
I see. Yeah, menuing in this game is, like, it's very, very skillful, but it's so much fun too. Like, that's the one really cool thing about this game is the menuing.
Like, the game will let you go as fast as you want, basically, so...
Yep. As you can see as well, Ari is sorting his items there while he's fighting Gilgamesh. That is a very nice use of his time, that Gilgamesh actually talks to you. And you do want to have your items sorted for mixing later, and well, selling stuff as well, but for the most part for mixing, that their items are in an order where you can mix, combine your items very quickly. Neerrm list for that, I agree. If the runners were nice enough to know you have like 2 minutes between them, so you actually get the maximum big bridge. It was all planned from the beginning. Alright, so Chrono is on Chimera Brain while we still have a bridge going on here. Let's see how fast he can get the Dragon Fang.
Okay, third try, that's acceptable.
Nice.
I mean, what's really bad is once you get past first try, like your turn order starts getting a bit messed up, and so it becomes really hard to keep track of stuff. At least for me.
Oh yeah, you saw Sin using it very, like Chrono mentioned that he's also going to do it. He basically used Void to silence Gilgamesh, so he can't actually buff himself. Which, does that actually say, I think that even saves animation time. I mean, minus
Yeah.
the fact that you actually have to cast Void, it does save
It saves like a little bit,
Yeah.
but it definitely makes the fight safer without costing
Oh,
any
for
time.
sure. For sure. Alright, and in the meantime, I missed Sweat already killing, I believe Tyrannosaur? Is it Tyrannosaur?
Tyrannosaurus
But
or something.
big undead boss. Can kill him with a Phoenix down, no big deal.
Yeah, you also didn't do any grinding at the river, which I think everybody else is gonna do, so...
Oh yeah, true. The way that works, by the way, the river that Sweat went down, if you were watching his stream, we're going to be seeing it on Iris' stream as well. While you're in the stream, there is fixed encounters in there that you cannot skip at all. Like, even if you step out, you will get an encounter there, no matter what, so... And Chrono mentioned this earlier, that is a good place, if you get the encounter anyways, to catch up on leveling if you need to. Or on ability points.
Yeah, because like 5 seconds per AP is very good, basically.
Yeah.
That's how much an extra Thunder Skull costs, so it's definitely well worth it. Because before we used to... I can't remember exactly what we did, but we did stuff that was slow.
Also gives you a little bit of time to still mess a little bit with your inventory, which is kind of nice. As mentioned earlier, if you don't get your inventory sorted properly before you buy the items that you need to mix later, you have to do it at some point anyways, so you don't want to waste that time in an extra menu, so might as well do it in battle. Alright, and Sweat got the 10,000 gil and the Dancing Dagger. Dancing Dagger is a very important item because it's one of the few weapons that actually gives you speed, which can come in very handy in a couple of setups that the runners are going to use.
No, so 54.
The one gil chest was skipped, unfortunately, but yeah. No swag today.
So
Interesting.
54-18. Pretty good.
Huh. Interesting step route there by Iris, making a couple of steps right there in the middle of the room. Yeah, now we get to see Tyrannosaur in its full glory. Probably all 10 seconds of it. The Phoenix Downs in this game, by the way, they can miss if you target an enemy or an undead, basically. You don't have a guaranteed chance that the Phoenix Down will kill an undead enemy. Can come into play way later at the Forest of Moor, but yeah. This boss you generally hit it first try, generally, but it can be second or third try. It doesn't really matter that much, but, you know, it's there.
Oops, I should be back now. Yeah, that's the one where you get the run, so I take advantage of it.
Yeah, one unfortunate downside of this game is it has a bunch of cutscenes, but you have to sit there and watch them because you have to mesh text through all of them. I believe the longest break you have is like 45 seconds.
Right here.
So, yeah, that is definitely not very lenient.
It's a speedrun, man.
It is a speed run for sure. Alright, and with that, all of them are... Oh yeah, I didn't even mention that. So much stuff happening at the very moment. So you saw Swed already moving through the desert, now Arius is going to do it. This is only possible because of the step route. Do not try to do that in a casual playthrough. It will kill you. The problem with the desert sphere is the Moogle shows you the way to the forest. My cat agrees. But if you step onto the desert, the Moogle says no, don't do that. And the reason for that is there are enemies in the desert there that have over 10,000 HP and will kill you immediately, and you cannot run away from those enemies. So, and generally you do get an encounter within 4 steps if you step onto the desert. However, due to the step route they are using, they routed it out so that you actually do not get any encounters, even if you do step over the desert there. And stepping over there saves like roughly 10 seconds, I believe. It's not that much time, but it's definitely way more convenient than, you know, going around the forest. And it's a very nice thing to implement into your routing.
Yeah, there's no way you shouldn't be able to just walk and menu skip like you would on any other wood map, so...
Yeah. Alright, I shall be using these cutscenes that are going on to get a coffee. Hopefully nothing exciting will happen in the meantime.
And unfortunately, what did look like something exciting happened. Sin had to take a reset, getting an encounter in the desert.
Yeah, that's not too good. Because that means that he won't be on step count 3 hours in. And 3 hours in, there's a couple things we want to do. With step route, we want to both learn level 2 ult from a fight and gain 7 AP. So
he's off route for the rest of the run, right?
Oh yeah, there's nothing you can do at this point. Like, reset just puts you on a different seat, kind of like an FF4.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But I mean, he can improvise, Like, it's still possible to sub 4 without a step route. And you already got it for a good part of the game, so...
Yeah, fortunately, he safety saved right before he tried, so...
Yeah.
He probably knew he was close, but wasn't 100% sure. And unfortunately paid the price. This is what happens when eLmaGus gets coffee?
Oh, baby. Oh. Oh. The sub 2. I think this is the best pace I've ever been on, maybe. I'm not sure. But it seems something along those lines, so... Like, I don't know my splits by heart at all.
It's always fun when games are in that state of flux where you're changing things left and right, and like stuff just gets slightly faster time and time.
I have a new route. Newer than this one that I'm going to be running after this relay. But I didn't want to like pull a route that I would have had to route it like today, the step route. So I wasn't going to do that. I was being somewhat reasonable.
Alright. Didn't miss
missed it,
much.
eLmaGus?
You missed the sub 2 Gilgamesh one, but...
Damn.
You
So
missed,
still world record pace. Easy.
you missed
by about a minute or so.
Zin
And I'm
had to
going
take
to
a
gain about
reset.
30 seconds here. Oh, yeah. Big bridge. Let's go.
Good thing is I can actually unmute the stream and listen to it myself. It's amazing.
Okay. Clicky button time. Good enough. The main thing with item management there is just getting the holes for the items you're gonna buy. After that, you still have a bit of time on Gilgamesh 3.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the
Unless
more you
you-
can get done, the better.
Unless you do Berserk strats to save like 2 seconds. Because Roarfire Maidenkiss is a mix that's supposed to be friendly and gives you Berserk and Haste, which is kind of nice if you have a physical attacker. But it works on every single boss and bypasses Berserk immunities, which makes it very useful. Don't worry, we still have more 4 more big bridges, so or times where we're gonna remove it.
I hope you're not too overly excited for Atma Weapons theme. Well, unless of course somebody messes up, I mean, I hopefully I am not the one that is going to do you that favor.
Isn't Atma just standard and not reverse?
Yeah, you just standard Joker Doom and it's over. So yeah, you basically don't get to hear the song at all. Pathlo is going to dance. Holy moly. Nice. Anyways, we have to go to this game now. Back to this game. Sweat just went to, you guessed it, a bunch of cutscenes. Before, I believe it's Dragon Mountain? Hiryu Mountain? Flower? I don't know.
Hiryu Valley.
Hiryu Valley, that's it.
The opposite of a mountain.
But it is a mountain area.
True, true.
And to be fair, it's a translation patch, so who knows how accurately it's translated. But anyways, we're going there to basically cure the poison of the Hiryu that saved us in the Mughal Forest. So, yeah. It's a very straightforward area here, picking up a couple of chests here and there for money / usage, of course. And the biggest thing about this area is, like, without a step route, there's a chance you can encounter Golem here. I'm not sure, do you have that on your step route? Do you have Golem encounters still?
I think we all routed it out.
All routed it out, yeah. Because if you encounter Golem, like, generally what will happen is Golem is a summon that you can, you know, get if you help him out here. Against 2 enemies, you will get Golem, but if you can also encounter him solo, and what he will do, he will be faster than you no matter what, and do a physical attack and potentially one-shot a character. So, yeah, if that happens, that's of course a major inconvenience, so naturally they routed all the Golem encounters out. But yeah, that's probably the biggest thing about this area. Plus the item Sweat just got, the Bone Mail. The Bone Mail is a very, very, very important item. It's a very, very powerful armor that has a very nasty side effect. I say nasty, but it's actually helpful in a couple of instances. It turns you into an undead. So, the thing with that is, like, as long as you're not in a battle, you're not classified as an undead. You can still heal yourself and stuff. But once you enter a battle with the Bone Mail equipped, you will be classified as an undead, and as a result, you can't heal yourself, and you can't revive the character that has the Bone Mail equipped. So that is definitely something to watch out for, especially if you forget that somebody has it on. You can make a very, very big mistake. Sweat is actually catching up on the experience here as well with Guild Toss in this encounter. Interesting, interesting. Alright. But yeah, definitely something to watch out for. More often than not, the Bone Mail will come in handy because its defense power is just ridiculously high. And you can basically guarantee in a lot of fights that the one that has the Bone Mail equipped will not die. So, yeah, but it's something to watch out for and keep track of, definitely. And another very good part about the Bone Mail is that it's not a heavy armor. It's I don't know how to call it. It's normal armor, not light armor, like a robe or something. But it's classified as middle tier armor basically, which a lot of jobs still can equip. So you don't need to be a knight to wear the bone mail. You can equip it on mediators, I believe. You can equip it on chemists, and so on and so forth, which is very, very, very handy. I do need to reload the streams.
Its disadvantages also come in handy.
Oh
at
yeah,
a specific point.
It's like armor. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so it is on the boss here, the Hiryu plant that we're actually going to get for the Hiryu to be cured, and the strategy for this boss is throwing money at it. The Hiryu plant is actually not immune to death, so you could technically, and Petrify for that matter, so you could technically kill it with Death or Petrify, but we don't have any good means to do that right now. It's also relatively high level compared to us, so it would be a very high gamble to use something like Petrification or Death on it, unless you mix it, and you don't have the ingredients for that, or you're going to use them otherwise.
Just you wait.
Yep. Light armor. Light armor sounds good. Let's settle for light armor, and all class armor will be like robes and stuff. Sounds good to me. Also, it's not just me that's getting the frame drops, because I reloaded the streams from me personally. Interesting. It's probably hitbox because it's happening on all four for me, unless, I don't know.
No, it can't be on all four.
I don't know, I'm getting like small buffers here and there. Nothing terrible though. Well, yeah, the way the duplication glitch works, just to make that, to reiterate that again, basically you have a ninja and a thief. The way you do it is you have a dagger in a top slot, or in any slot anyways, or in the highest slot that would be available, basically, for you. So, first slot, second slot if the first slot has something in it, and so on and so forth. And with the ninja, you equip the dagger, and then you can throw the empty slot to underflow it, basically. And if you steal an item then, and throw that item again, so if it's like something like the Dragon Fang, you have to throw the empty slot twice, because then it will stay underflowed even though you steal the item. Because if you steal the item, you add one back to the slot. If you wouldn't throw the empty slot, what would happen is you steal the item and the slot basically becomes 0, thus not giving you any multiples of the item, so you have to throw it twice or else it won't work. But yeah, that way you can steal an item like the Dragon Fang, the Coral Sword that we saw on Aria's stream earlier, and basically get multiples of them, and you can sell them. Chrono was ahead last split. Is he still ahead now?
I'm even more ahead.
Even more ahead. Now, that's something you like to hear.
Yeah.
I actually don't even know any of my splits until I split by her, so we're now in an hour.
Yeah, Discord, or sorry, Hitbox is really crapping out for
Yeah, it's
me
Hitbox
too.
then, okay.
Which is unfortunate, because that means it's bad on stream as well.
Dang. It's okay. When in doubt, we're in a cutscene. It's FF5, so you're not missing anything. Blame Twitch anyway, also good solution. Definitely a good solution. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention, because I was getting my coffee. They picked up Exit, which basically lets you exit from dungeons without walking, well, all the way back, so that's a very nice tool for a speedrun, obviously. But you can get that in Galoof's castle. It's hidden on the left in the throne room. And as you can see, the minor differences, like Sweat sold his Dragon Fangs just now here, while Arias just already did his shopping, so sometimes you gotta be wary that the routes have different, you know, shoppings and stuff like that, so it doesn't really matter that much how far ahead Sweat is at the very moment, until basically World 3, more or less.
Yeah, I think after Hero Plant you can compare, because Sweat will lose time in Atomos, but he also has to do an equivalent fight in Exdeath Castle.
Okay, alright.
So I think after Hero Plant we're good. We should be able to compare fairly now.
Alright, cool.
Because all the XP grinding is done, etc, etc, so...
Oh yeah, also in the Hiryu Valley, I'm just noticing that on Sunstream, we got the Coronet, which is a very nice accessory. It basically increases the control rate of mediators, which we're going to be using a little bit later in Exdeath Castle, so you definitely want to have a Coronet for that. And I believe it also increases the magic power. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing.
It sells for 40 Kigo, that's the main advantage as well.
And the money, of course, but yeah.
And we need the money in Dragon Fang.
I know in the old route we did use the Coronet for some magic setups, but I'm not sure how you guys are handling that.
To my knowledge, we don't. I think I should, but I don't.
Vic will be coming back soon. He promised. He better be here, at least for his run. That would be very good.
In fact, actually, I did get low damage rolls on a boss one time because I didn't equip Coronet, so I'm just gonna do that now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much the Coronet slows you down, because equipment in this game also has weight. Awesome feature. Like, games that have that are awesome. And weight can slow you down, which kind of sucks, but at the same time, it's a minimal thing, so it shouldn't matter. But some of the later Death by Mass setups are really precise, so if you equip one thing too much, that can already make a big difference. Oh, and we're almost at music again. Awesome. In the meantime, 10 are also on Hiryu plants. And as you can see, yeah, the setups for the bosses will look relatively similar now. There's going to be differences here and there, of course, but for the most part, the AP routing will come to, you know, similar outcomes here.
Besides Zen for the endgame, he has the fastest endgame.
Oh yeah, he rerouted that like the last couple of days, so that's going to be very, very interesting.
Triple
I saw
combined.
a couple of fights. I saw a couple of fights in while he was routing. It's definitely... I don't know if I would do that for a relay, but hey, okay. We're going to get to see it. Alright, and I hope Neerrm is on point here. This guy! Alright, so Sweat is here for, well, Gilgamesh 3, basically. The way we used to do this is Dark Shock, but as we mentioned earlier, we don't have Dark Shock, so you're in for a treat here.
Don't blink.
Don't blink, indeed. I hope this stream just stopped for me. Oh, nice. It's stuff for everybody. That's amazing.
Well,
Don't blink. Well, you guys blinked. It's all your fault. God damn it.
I'm gonna have to wait for the next episode.
Nice. But yeah, I saw that Darkshark got routed out, yes, and we talked about that at the end of World 1. They are not going to use Darkshark anymore. They have set up for bosses that basically are faster, and he's done with the fight. Okay. They basically have setups for every fight that we use Darkshock on that are not only faster, but also way more consistent. So the only thing that Darkshock will be faster on potentially is Atomos, but even then it's like a negligible difference compared to the strats they're going to
And
use.
compared to the 45 seconds it takes to get it, it's not...
Oh yeah, definitely. Alright, let's try with Area stream, shall we? Don't blink this time, chat. Please don't blink this time. I'm not jinxing anything, Tide, please. Alright, here we go. First of all, the Gabalagak is sadly always in the way. I neglected to mention that earlier. So you have to kill this guy, and the fastest way is, of course, throwing money at your problem. Because, you know, that's the... If everything else fails, you're just throwing money at it. Alright, so far so good. And this is where the new route really comes in with the chemist grinding. We used to not grind chemist at all until... well, until Hero playing for the first time, but now that is very different. And you can see what is going to happen here. Lena is going to get killed here for Atomos purposes later. I'm going to explain that when it's time. But yeah, you can mix a lot of good stuff. And one of the good things about Gilgamesh here is that he's not immune to death. So you can actually use Death Potion on him, which is really, really handy and really fast. Way faster than Darkshock, as you can see. You are free to blink now. You saw what's happening.
Did they catch Hunter Hive on Zin's side?
Not yet. I am a bit behind, but I blame Hitbox for that. But it's better than me being ahead and spoiling stuff, so there's that. I believe Sweat is also learning level 2 ult here at the Tricksters. We used to do that way later as well. I can't actually see what's happening because the stream is stopped for me, but I see level 2 ult, so I assume he's learning it here because he controlled the guy. Too bad I can't tell. But yeah, we used to not learn level 2 ult until Xdeath's Castle, basically. I'm not sure, is anybody going to delay it until then?
All of us, besides Swin.
Okay, so just Swed with the swag strats there.
I think it's because of mini dragons, or magic dragons, and
Yeah.
BS1 they don't mesh too well.
Okay. But yeah, that in return means he does have to have control a little bit earlier than you used to have to be had it. Yeah, that's correct. God, I'm talking too much. But anyways, yeah, he has to grind Meteor a little bit more earlier than others would potentially have to.
I'm also
blinking.
behind by one for information, which is not a problem at all. Because I have a backup that's exactly the same. Gives me the same fights as long as I'm 2 formations behind.
Nice. Alright, Atomos, like I mentioned earlier, Atomos would arguably the one boss where Darkshock would be faster on, but the problem with Atomos is that he's relatively high level, so it's really hard to hit Darkshock on him first try. In return though, you now see another very nice thing about Chemist. You can make stuff that levels you up, and with the Dragon Fangs we basically multiplied, you can make a mix called Dragon Power, which raises your level by 20, and Guild Toss is based on levels, so if you level up your character by 20 every time you use Dragon Power, your Guild Toss gets that much more powerful. Guild Toss also only depletes money based on how many targets there are, so that's if you only have 1 target, you lose less money than on 6 targets, duh. So it doesn't actually factor in the damage you deal. Like, if you deal 9,999 damage, you don't lose 9,999 gil.
Actually, it's scaled to level. So it's very important that you go toss at the right levels and...
Yeah, it's level dependent, but not damage dependent, so it's not like if you deal 9,999 damage, you automatically lose that much money.
Oh no, it's not 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's like a stagnant formula that is based on level and skill. Alright, but yeah, instead of Darkshocking, this is a little bit slower than Darkshock first try, but that's the only boss where that's the case, and that's really not that important. Like Chrono mentioned earlier, that Darkshock at least takes 45 seconds to get, if not more if you're unlucky, so yeah. And it's not RNG, the strategy is not RNG, so there you go.
No, it's your current level, including buffs.
Hey, testing.
Down! Hello.
Oh my god, it's working, finally.
How are you doing, Down?
Terrible.
Damn.
Yeah, earlier when you guys switched servers, my sound completely died.
Damn.
And I got blue screen of death after that.
Nice!
Well.
Oh, the rarely seen slow 2 on Atomos there. That is something he can do,
On
but
Neerrm?
very rarely does it. Yeah.
Well, the thing with slow 2, I'd say it's about a 50% chance when you haste yourself. That's the thing. Like, especially if you let the fight go on. It seemed, I'm not sure about that, but it seems that his AI changes when someone is hasted and he wants to slow them down.
Could be.
But slow 2 on Dragon Power's play strats with no haste is very, very rare. I see it happen too often on non-Dragon Power strats though, and it costs about 30 seconds.
Yo,
So-
old! I've never seen Atomos cast old.
If that hits the Go Tosser, that can be bad.
It didn't, but yeah. Alright, Arias is through Atomos right now. Awesome. I don't have speakers, Neerrm, please. It's all you, Kappa. Alright, so we have Swed on the way to Guido. We have Arias just done with Atomos, while Sin just enters the tower right now. And Chrono is about to embark on his journey to Gilgamesh 3.
We'll finally see how I stand up to the other runners, time-wise.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dragon forgot to split. I hope somebody in Discord can ping him, so he does that. But we have Swed is currently 2 minutes faster than Arias on his run, at least split-wise. So we'll see.
I'd say if Arias gets within 4 minutes of Sweat, I'd be proud of that.
Yeah, he's on good pace for that. 2.5 minutes currently.
I think Arias may be on PB pace as well. If he's only 2 minutes behind Sweat. So we can finally get this. All I want is sub 4 for everyone, and I'll be happy.
On pace for that for sure, I can tell you that much. The runs have been going really well so far. There's nothing really bad that happened. Some runners got bad RNG here and there, but nothing that, you know, impacts the time very heavily.
Step count lost will cost him like a minute, maybe a minute or two. 3 if you count the extra encounters he's not going to skip, but I mean it's hard to keep step count in a relay, man. It's pretty tough, especially for like if you want a very good time, you need to keep it for the entirety of the game, so that's like a full 4 hours of running step count. And
yeah.
like even I'm 1 formation behind, so I can't say I didn't make any mistakes.
The streams are currently fine for me for the last 5 minutes. I don't know. So we might want to stop pressing F5. Question mark? I don't know. Good on my end, like I said. I don't know. Alright, but Sin is about to enter the Atomos fight. Let's see what kind of nastiness hides in Atomos for him. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Like I said, this strat is really consistent, so it's not like there's a lot of really bad things that can happen, just like, you know, the cast that will slow you down. Let's see here. Looking good so far. Using the haste as well. Waiting a little bit to revive Galoof there. You do want to have a character dead for Atomos, because if no character is dead, he will use Meteo to kill characters, and yeah, if a character enters the battle dead, or if a character dies in general in this battle, he will start sucking the character in, and you want to basically wait until the last hit, until the final hit to revive the character to also give him the ability points that he needs.
Yeah, I also haven't dropped any frames or anything, so it's on Hitbox's end again.
Oh yeah, music. Meteo, exactly. Alright, so it is already in Forest of Moor. Totally neglected to see that. Probably because he did not buy Bolt 3. But, yeah.
He takes the risks you want to take, man.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Just clip through the guy, it's free. Just gotta feel the frame.
But I think the other runes both need Bolt 3 and Fire 3 for a boss. Bolt 3
Yeah,
is for
Fire
safety.
3. Fire 3, I know, like, Xin does it 100%. I'm not sure. You do it as well, right?
Ares does as well.
So, yeah. We're all doing crazy step routes. Everybody is still on the step route. Chrono is one formation off, but that still works out. I'm not sure about the others, if they are off because they can talk. I'm not sure if they are off formations right now. But for the most part, everything still works, so we'll see.
Seems completely off. He had to reset because of the desert, not because of a mistake in the desert.
Yeah, I totally missed that during the hiccup. That sucks.
I have no idea what 3220 is compared to my other runs, but it's good, I think. I'm definitely playing sloppier than I'd like to be, but the nerves, man.
I'm actually impressed how much time you're actually saving over the others right now.
Me?
Yeah, 2 minutes over Swid, 4.5 minutes over Iris, and
I only care about Swed.
yeah, 2
Wow,
minutes.
please don't do
2 minutes
that.
saved.
I don't know.
Good
There's
outfit.
some good rivalry between those two. It's fun. Makes the game more interesting.
Well,
Oh, there's still a little bit of game to go, so
It ain't over until you've done the last hit, as I've learned. Even when you're one hit away from killing the final boss, you never know.
anything can happen.
oh, you guys actually Sweat actually gets the flame shield here. I see. Interesting, interesting.
Also, this Swed should do extra steps, I believe, under the flames. Or maybe not.
I did not actually see, so he
But the
might
flames
have.
are interesting because they allow you to advance your step count, including formations, without getting encounters. So that's a good way to route the rest of the game.
Alright, Arias is buying Fire 3, Bolt 3, and stuff. Or did buy, I mean, stream stopped for me, so... Ah, there we go. And the interesting thing in towns is you can use exit to exit them, so once you're done shopping, you can just be like, alright, I'm out of here with exit, and it's a little bit faster than just walking out, which is cool.
Especially since you've already changed your jobs for Guido.
Yep.
So here we get 9,000 gil, and then later on we're gonna get more gil.
Money. But yeah, this game has a habit of putting money into chests in every dungeon, basically, almost. So, for a speedrun, that's actually very, very useful, because you can just collect these chests and be done with it.
So in the last marathon I didn't get this chest. I learned my lesson.
All the streams are dead. Don't worry, don't worry. I can still see everything. It's moving, too.
None of them are working for me right now.
I can watch Sweat is on the crystals right now. Now the crystals are the first boss if you play this casually, where you are really in trouble because they have a super high level, and their AI once they drop below 3k or 3,100, I believe, is that every crystal has an element to it, and they will counterattack with a tier 3 elemental spell. They will attack with a tier 3 elemental spell when their turn comes up. So, like, they will use Fire 3, Arrow 3, and stuff like that, which deals an insane amount of damage. The way to circumvent that is obviously killing them really quickly once you bring them below the the mark that changes their AI. The way to do that is very simple. You just have a bunch of samurais and throw money really fast, and they die. Because even though they are very high level, they're still susceptible to the guild toss. So you can kill them with a bunch of guild tosses really quickly. There's a bunch of other ways. They are actually not immune to death, and I want to say they are also not immune to paralysis, but I'm not sure about that one. Or you can, you know, crowd control them, pick them out one by one, but obviously for speedrun, it's just the fastest way is just to guild toss a bunch of times. If you were to try to death them, even with Death Potion, it's not a guaranteed kill. Even that can actually fail, because they're so high level.
Slow doom, please. I said it was very rare, right?
Yeah, 2 people got slow. I believe Sin actually didn't get it, but you and Arius did get it.
Oh,
I'm not
well.
sure Sweat didn't use haste, so... Not sure if that's actually in the AI script or not, but it sounds very plausible from what I've been seeing here.
It's less of a loss with Dragon Power because you just have to wait 1 round instead of more extra rounds, and you don't have to haste yourself again, so it's not that bad.
You can try it out, it doesn't always hit, I can promise you that much.
It always hits, man. If Goro says it.
I did it in a Fiesta and it didn't hit. I should have probably highlighted that.
It hits often enough, let's say.
It does, it has a high hit rate, but it's not like, it will never miss. That's not the case. And if you can actually see, the one really nice perk to the bone mail right there, is the scripted fight with Exdeath. So normally, Galoof would have to 1-on-1 Exdeath here, and you would have to do over 3,000 damage to Exdeath because before the script would actually advance. Fortunately though, you can just give Galoof the bone mail, and if you use a Phoenix Down on yourself, you will actually, well, die, quote-unquote, because Galoof couldn't, if Galoof's hit points deplete in that battle, he doesn't actually die, the battle will just continue. However, yeah, the Phoenix Down will actually trigger a real death, quote-unquote, and, you know, the battle is just instantly over, which is really nice and saves a lot of time. The downside is that, just like on undead enemies, it isn't guaranteed to hit. It's like 50-50 to hit Galoof or not. He got it first try though, so that's very nice. I was about to say, Dylan. that's the wrong thing you wrote there. There we go. And ignorant as the party members are, they're actually trying to heal him while he has the bone mail equipped. I mean, sure, that's just bound for failure. They basically killed him harder than he already was. Alright, Arius through crystals right now. Probably still the 230 that he's behind Swid. So keeping the distance right there, while Sin is just about to enter the lower part of the Forested Moor, basically.
Small
Or
thing.
he's about to fall into the pit here.
Entering and leaving the submarine saves like 3 seconds for some reason, the way the cutscene advances. I may have been the only one to do that, but I think I've told the other runners to do it, but it's hard to remember.
Oh yeah, you could also learn Explode and use that in that fight. That's a nice idea. Unfortunately, there's no good way to learn Explode. Or I believe it's called Exploder in the translation here, but yeah. Takes a while to learn that, and it would only be for that battle. But that would be really cool too. Alright, so Sin about to enter the crystals while Sweat will be moving on to Excess Castle. Let's see. Arius with the first try Phoenix down as well. Nice.
I think the last marathon I got 5 tries. Somehow. I think it has like an 80% chance to hit as well, so...
Yeah, you should basically hit on the second try, at least, at the very, very least, so, yeah. Alright, so Sweat moving through the castle right now. He already learned the level 2 old, or I assume he did because the stream was off from me there, but I can't imagine he didn't, so he won't have to do that here. He will still have to capture a couple of magic dragons. Because magic dragons, if you catch them and release them, cast Flame, and if you remember Liquid Flame, that's a very powerful fire attack that is based on the max HP of the enemy. And the nice thing about that is it does have elemental properties, and if you use it on an enemy that is weak, the damage will get double. So it would deal a quarter of damage normally, but if the enemy is weak to fire, it will deal half the damage, so it will end up being 9,999 on a certain boss, but yeah. Or on bosses even, if like some people use magic dragons on 2 bosses. I'm not sure how...
Four dragons was a thing at one point. But
yeah.
At this point we've determined the fastest is 1. Because 1 allows you to both learn level 2 old and catch it without losing any time, compared to just learning level 2 old or just catching 1. Because Swed spends another 40 or so seconds catching another 2 when he's already learned level 2 old. While Sin and Arius learn level 2 old and catch 1. So they do lose 25 seconds on a boss later on, but they've already learned level 2 old, and they've already saved 40 seconds by only doing 1 fight instead of the 2 he needs, so... I'd say it's probably easier just to catch 2.
It's definitely more convenient. I'm not sure.
It makes the boss easier, because you have to be able to react very well, and you need, like, run buffering if she does a bad pattern, basically. It's quite tight.
Alright, so let's see what Sweat's doing here. He gets the 3 magic dragon encounter, and he's gonna catch some, at least 2 here. Yeah, 2. 2 it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna get into this fight here, so I can advance my formation counter once again. And I don't get the fight. Oops. Huh. I didn't know I didn't have to menu there. I thought... Oh well.
Oh, and catching the magic dragons, by the way, the setup for this is relatively specific. Like, you don't have much leeway with your leveling, because Guild Toss needs to do a specific amount of damage, and the Thunder Scroll you throw as well. So you get them below 1/8 HP, so that you can actually catch them. So you do not want to fight anything extra. I mean, it probably wouldn't matter, probably, but still.
Not before. Definitely not before. After, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, after it's fine. Doesn't matter.
But before, it's definitely tight on my end. Like, if I were to get an extra 150 experience, Galuf would be level 13.
Mm-hmm. Sweat moving through the bridge room perfectly. That's always a room to sweat in. If you miss your input, you get into a forced encounter there, and you can't run away from any of them, I think. So you would have to fight that, and that can be very devastating depending on what enemy you get.
Yeah. And because he got the perfect bridge, he must have done 2 extra steps. That's how his separate works.
He did. Unfortunately, I do believe he's also ignoring Gilgamesh. Sad face. Not saving. Okay.
Who needs to save? It's
Okay.
execution.
I'm just. Yeah. It's good. It's all good.
If he doesn't save before Pyramid, though.
Yeah. Alright, so X-Death right here is probably one of the hardest
where the game
bosses
gets fun.
in video game. Yeah, it's probably one of the hardest bosses in video games, since it's not actually the final boss right here. Like, this boss is tough as nails, especially in casual playthrough if you don't know what you're doing. This guy has over 30,000 HP, 2 phases to him, can attack twice in a turn, and has a lot of nasty attacks. So naturally, we're just gonna cheese him, of course. Let's see here. So the way this works is, X-Death is... Oh, what level is he? 68, 78, something like that. It's something very high that is divisible by 2.
Thankfully.
And, yeah, we're just gonna death by math here. Now, depending on what he does on the first turn, you saw him run buffer there.
He's BS4, right?
I think he did it on BS4, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter then.
Yeah, it is BS4.
And, oh yeah, if you use BS1 it has difference, but what he did there is basically cast level 2 ult, and then once the animation is hitting the enemy, he starts run buffering, and you see like the canned run pops up like a couple of times, and that's how he can tell where he is in the ult cycle, basically how much levels X-Death has lost already. And I believe after 6 canned runs, you can select level 5 Doom, and X-Death will just, you know, roll over and die. Like a good guy he is. If you use battle speed 1 strats, the thing I mentioned at the start of the fight, whether he uses Condemn or Physical, does actually matter, but apparently for BS4 it doesn't. So
Yeah.
that's good to know.
This X-Death is a... X-Death and, well, the next class we'll be using level 2 ult are pretty easy. The last one we're going to be using level 2 ult has a very difficult setup. So, it's going to be interesting, for sure.
Alright, in the meantime, Arius, with the single encounter, as mentioned earlier, gonna learn level 2 ult here. Now, that's how Sweat did it on the Trickers earlier in the Barrier Tower, but you can also do it on this guy here, by controlling him and letting him cast level 2 ult on himself. You can reflect it, and it can hit a party member that has learning on, which first does not apparently. Nope, so we gotta do it again. Yeah, so I don't know, like Kara should have learning, Lena is a blue mage, so she will learn for sure.
75%. It's just butts.
Butts, okay. Damn it. The tricky part is if you miss it once, like if it hits, like it hit Ferris there, which it didn't work out for him. It's kind of tricky to, you know, keep track of how long wall will still last, because you select the command if you control an enemy, and it will still take a little bit of time for the enemy to actually do the thing. It's not like you select the command with your character and it immediately happens. The enemy still needs a certain amount of time to actually do the action, and that can be kind of tricky to time with the time that wall is still up, so yeah. But he did it, and caught the dragon, so it's all good. Lost a little bit of time there, of course, because that was not ideal, but...
I mean, what you can do is you can give Vilna a bullet burst and then kill him, so you have a guaranteed chance of having it hit. But that's as slow as getting in 2 tries, so... It's worth the 75% chance of getting it first try. Especially since the second try costs as much time.
Oh, Arius used an extra battle to actually grind a little bit here. That I've
Yeah.
not seen before. Very interesting.
It gives 7 AP if he was on step count, which is extremely efficient.
That's very good, yeah. Nice. And it only took 1 guild toss, so that's very cool. The dreaded bridge, ooh. I think I'm a bit behind on Arius stream, so... But, yeah. Try to refresh that.
Okay, I got the first try. No shenanigans there.
So everybody got good luck for that. Interesting. Rarely seen that everybody gets good luck. Alright, my stream is caught up a little bit, I think. Yeah, Arius just killed Exdeath. Good, good. Was a bit behind on the timer there, but it's all good. So let's compare times here. Arius actually lost a bunch of time on Swed, but most of that was probably because of the magic dragon there. That cost a good 40 seconds at least because he had trouble recasting wall. So it's 4 minutes and 12 seconds now, which is still a decent. It's not a terrible difference. So World 3 should go pretty similar for most runners,
Yeah.
more or less. Like, there's still a couple of things that are going to be different, but the amount of time they spend in World 3 should be roughly the same with
Okay.
each route.
How many laps? I need bets. Okay, let's go. This is the best part of FF5. There's 1. It's 2. That's 3. Let's stand below Kira now.
Alright, Swid, in the meantime, killing Antlion's setup for level 5 for Death by Map is very simple. You cast level 2 ult, and then you cast level 5 Doom, and it works out just fine. It's very, very easy. Nothing really hard going on there. Antlion does hit sort of hard if you are not prepared for it, so you do want to double. I mean, these runners obviously don't have to double check their equipment, but you do want to have good equipment on because if you don't, he can one-shot characters. But yeah. Alright, so next up for Exdeath is Tsin here. He's going to be there in roughly a minute. He's actually going to save here, which I think is a very good move. Let's see what his Exdeath time is going to be. But you can see, since he lost his step count, he is automatically losing a little bit of time here and there, and it certainly shows how important the step route can be, because he was basically tied with Iris throughout World 1, even though he lost the step count there, and since then he's been gradually losing a couple of seconds here and there. So yeah, you can see it does make a very big difference. Or it can make a very big difference. I should have put it.
I still think that last year nobody got full game step count, right? Or did
I think Down did, I think.
Huh. Oh yeah, but it's his step route though, so it doesn't take that
Sorry,
much
did I miss something?
I think you got full step route last relay, didn't you?
I did.
I mean, whether the route is good or not, it's still impressive to get a
Oh
full
yeah,
game step route.
it's
So-
definitely a pretty big feat to skill.
I mean, even if it's the slowest route, that was way before you even thought about running the game, so...
Yeah, that was before like full step route was a thing. Back then it must have been pretty insane.
Alright, so in about 2 fight X death here, let's see how it's going. Condemn! He actually switched Ferris and bot's position too. I like doing that as well. I like having Lena in the first spot. It does save a couple of, at least in the old route, it saved a couple of menus.
Yeah, I think other players do that before a boss later at the beginning of the board. You have to do it at some point. It's definitely worth it.
And he got the death by math. Nice. So a 314, which puts him 5 minutes behind Arias, and wow, 9 minutes behind Sweat almost. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, but that's, for the most part, that's really losing the step route, which
Yeah.
is just it goes to show how important that is.
Like
That's like, the modern RPG speedruns are just all about the step routes, and you can see why.
I mean, without a step route, basically just add 10 minutes to your PB. The step route at the end of World 1, like it's harsh. I'm on PB pace.
I'm not sure if Sweat should also be on
Sweat
PB
maybe.
pace. Yeah. Probably not world record pace, but PB pace.
Even if he gets it, I'm right behind him.
Now that would be something.
Oh man, I'd like to see that. That'd be fun.
I think Arias can technically also still PB, if I'm not mistaken. But
Not sure.
But yeah, Fritzen PB is out of the question right now, unfortunately.
Also, I've never seen like sub 3 enter Magic Dragon section. This is like weird pace. I don't know. So first encounter Magic Dragon. Yes. We're 2 formations behind exactly, and on step.
All right.
2 wizards. Or this. That's fine.
Don't save ever. Waste saving, waste time. True words.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, Arias doing the incredibly hard level 5 Doom setup here for Antline. I don't know how he managed to pull that off, but that was certainly something right there. Alright, so the others will move through cutscenes at the moment, while Chrono is basically getting his magic dragons and level 2 ult here.
Come on.
And he's actually using, I think you are the only one that used dragon armor to get wall on the magic dragon, unless I didn't see Sweat stream, but he might have also used dragon armor then.
Yeah, for
that
level
case.
checkers, you definitely did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. First try, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Got the orange unit. And we're on step, so let's go.
Alright, so Chrono's time here is probably going to be a 303?
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless something very bad happens. Maybe even 302. I'm not sure how long Exodus talks, but...
302, dude, that's insane. That would be 2 minutes out of PB. It's reasonable here.
3:02:59, calling it right now. Go faster.
Let's get perfect bridge to save those like 1 second.
Alright.
Told
Yeah,
you.
probably 3:03. Mid
Told you.
3:03. From the looks of it.
This is a good example of why step count is nice for the end game. No encounters.
Yep. Like, there's a couple of enemies that potentially, like, if you don't have the Hermes sandals, they could go before you, even if you're something like a thief. So you definitely do want to have control over the encounters/formations. It's not really, like, in the speedrun, it's not really common that there are enemies that can do that, but in Excess Castle there's a couple here that could potentially go before you, and that would be devastating. Alright, and the final exit time
TV
is
is
coming.
4:55. So
You're going to be a minute and a half ahead of that. That's very nice. Roughly.
okay, I wasn't sure whether or not I had cover. I didn't bother.
That could have been bad. Alright. As you can see again, once level 2 ult starts hitting there with the animation, you want to start the run buffering, then count to 6. Do level 5 doom. Boom.
Easy peasy.
Alright. Exactly 2 minutes ahead of Swed. Alright, we have very good runs here, going here. Even the 309 of Iris is very, very respectable. Like,
I think that
don't
may
make
be
any
this
mistake.
video. So that's sub 4
Don't make-
days.
Yeah. This is a very, very hard run, so...
This run is I don't want to compare it to the other runs, but I found much more trouble learning this, and especially finishing runs and getting consistent than I did with 6. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's because the step route in 6 is not as important as it is here. Like, it does save time, sure, but here if you make a mistake, you might end up wasting something you need later on. That's
Oh boy,
like, I don't
robots.
Okay, Sweat is about, it entered the pyramid and is about to get to the critical part. I mentioned this earlier, but Sweat did skip all 3 and he gets through! Alright, nice. My boy. Well done. So the thing with these robots is if you encounter them, you only really have one good way of killing them, and that is with Bolt 3 Sword from Mystic Knight. Everything else you have at your disposal doesn't really work out that well. So you do kind of want to avoid the encounter if you skip Bolt 3, which is a huge risk he took, but it pays off here, so he saved that time from the Bolt 3. And can just move on through the pyramid.
This morning he was on World Record pace, and he got a bad movement pattern, and that's a tricky thing too, is that the movement isn't always the same. So you have to really watch it like a hawk, and there were some movement patterns that look like they're good, but they're not, and just barely get caught. And it's really hard.
Yeah, he got through, which is amazing. I would definitely not have the stones to not buy.
I don't have the stones, man. I in my new route, I don't do it. I could, but I don't.
Yeah, it's just an unnecessary risk you don't have to take.
It saves like 12 seconds.
Yeah, but that's so minor. I mean,
He's lost 2
especially
World
for a
Records,
relay
so-
run.
Yeah, I mean, when your safety strat is save and hopes things don't go wrong, you don't have a good strat.
Yeah. Alright, so Tsin just beat Antlion. Well, Arius is still going through cutscenes and Chrono as well, so we can focus a little bit on Sweat again, who's also going to be entering cutscenes. This game! 4 different places, 4 different cutscenes. That's how this game works. God damn it.
Well, then there's
Yeah.
7 left. That's like a whole half hour of not safe strats.
Well, The only really bad bosses set on this are Tentacles and Kefka. The others, you have save points that if the strats fails, you lose like, what, 30-40 seconds if you catch it immediately and you can just reload, but the rest is relatively safe. It's just Tentacles can be really bad and Kefka is really dumb.
Kefka's always dumb though.
That's true, but yeah. Alright, since everybody is moving through cutscenes, I do have to get ready for my 6th run anyway, so I'll use this time right now.
So I guess Sweat's gonna be doing double release strats on Marigine. And he also needs to cast a Fire off to finish her off, because the two 9000s just barely don't do enough damage. I think you could even just, like, physical attack, as long as you do, like, 1 or 2 damage and you'll be fine. She'll die. And once again, Flame does a quarter of max HP, but since Marigine is weak to Flame in her first form, it'll do max damage.
Alright, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Because I had to switch my audio for the run. Alright, here we go. I believe you did explain Marigine. Oh, he uses 2 magic dragons. There's different strats. I believe we're going to see Fire 3 as well for some runners.
Everyone except Sweat, because Sweat embeds the extra time to catch the extra 2 mini dragons, but there is a setup that I did test where you can catch 2 mini dragons and 1 level tool in the same fight. The only problem is it takes an extra 40 seconds, so that's one just not worth it.
Yeah, that's not worth it. Definitely not.
And it was, let's say, interesting setup. That was
Okay.
100% safe. So yeah. Marigine is, if she attacks first turn, I think for Zen that's bad news, and he needs to start run buffering and executing perfectly.
Yeah.
For Urias, I think he's at a high enough level of Glove because he didn't do separate grinding in World 1 to where he can tank a hit.
Yep, definitely. Like, looking at his HP, it's definitely a hit.
Because basically the strat, because like, you can combine to confuse her, but
I'm
you
not sure if Dragon uses like a setup. He did tinker around with a setup with a freelancer, but I'm not sure if he's going to use that.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know his setup very well. It's weird. I think it was having problems for some reason with his damage rolls that I don't have, and we found no way to explain it. But for some reason, like I don't know, he just has lower magic for some reason. It's weird.
He tinkered around with a very interesting setup where he made Ferris into a freelancer and gave her cover and mix, which was very interesting. So that he can actually tank a hit while still being able to mix and cover at the same time. That's actually a pretty cool setup. I'm not sure if the ability points matter, but I would assume they don't. So. And when I said dragon, I obviously mean Sinfogel.
Until he submitted his time, he's still a dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got to know him as Dragon, especially back when he routed Red in Historia. But yeah, it's hard to convert, man.
If I ever,
Well, yeah,
it's too late to change my name.
I didn't actually mention this. 2 people already got past the gargoyles, but the way you fight gargoyles is very simple. If you kill one gargoyle, the other one will automatically revive it. There's multiple ways to get around it, yet you can berserk them and it will not happen. The easiest way, of course, again, is throwing money at your problem. For that, you do have to level up at least once with Dragon Power, though. So you do enough damage that they actually die. Yeah, Sin unfortunately lost a step route in World 1, which shows in his splits right now. He's still playing very, very well. Like, from just watching the fights, you can't tell that anything is really going wrong, but it's just the amount of encounters he gets is a little bit higher, and that shows in every split, basically.
Yeah, it'll be like about 12 seconds per split, because you just get an extra 1-2 encounters. And... And also, like, not being on set for Magic Dragons means you have to improvise and you won't get the correct fights quickly. And then he needs the 7 AP as well. So that's a lot of stuff to handle, to deal with, and it almost never goes perfectly if you're completely on step route. Like, if you're slightly off, you can know what your backups are and what's going to happen based on how many formations you're behind if you look into it.
So yeah, Tsin has both 3 here. So even if he gets into an encounter, which he does not, very nice, well done. I assume you guys actually research the patterns you can get, right? Like you have like certain tells when they move this way, I have to do this.
Yeah, basically just go to that top right spot. That works for all their patterns, except when the guy on the right blocks you before you can get there. There's like one pattern that's very hard to identify. It's when the guy on the left starts moving up and doesn't immediately touch your side. That means you may be able to go for it, but it's like a 50-50.
Ooh, Ferris died here. Not sure if that's important. Probably not, question mark?
For whom?
For Tsin. She's a thief and died with cover, but I would assume that she already got all the thief ability points she needs anyways.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, as long as she covers everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, level 3. We're good. Easy peasy. Alright, so Iris is about to fight Merogene here. Let's see how that goes. It's going to probably look a little bit different than what Sweat did. Sweat is already in the void. Dude, I have to get started here, damn it. Can Sweat slow down, please? Alright, I'm gonna check the Merogene battle and then I'm gonna set up my stream. Oh, taming? Is he purposely fighting the machine head to get a... Interesting. What is this?
I think he might be machine head AP.
Is he catching up, actually? Oh, man. Anyways, Marugene, you see 2 black mages here? That made me shiver a little bit. But, we got through it. Arias got hit for 330 and Kara had 337 HP, so yeah. that was sorta close, but it worked out. But yeah, here you can see the Fire 3 strats, which are going to be used in a different form from the other two, but he's basically just going to cast Fire 3 over and over again. The thing is, Marugene is supposed to be switching her weakness every second turn or so, and the way to circumvent that is actually using the Lamia's Kiss that he used with Butts there, and the Flame to finish it off. Alright, there we go. So, if you use Lamia's Kiss, she will waste her turn attacking that she was supposed to switch the weakness on, and she will attack herself and get her out of confusion, because fortunately, she's not immune to confusion. Yeah, I don't know what happened there on Synstream, if he caught up on ability points or whatever, but that looked very weird to me. He did actually set up for the fight because he had the Mystic Knight, so I'm not sure what that was about, but yeah. Let's see here. Alright. Sled already on Call of Fury. I missed that. Using Dragon Power, then level 5 Doom. Accordingly, Dragon Power. Dragon Armor. The thing is, with Call of Fury, she will hit herself with buffs if you have wall up on yourself. So, yeah, you want to get wall up with Dragon Armor there. So she basically, quote-unquote, wastes her turn, so that you have a little bit more setup time for the level 5 Doom there. It's a very tight setup, and I believe that the other runners will have a little bit more quote-unquote trouble with it because they use a slightly different setup than Sweat does, but we shall see once they get there. This is basically what Sweat used, is the classic setup, so he doesn't save before the go. Oh my god. Just running past Omega because he can.
If you save, it messes up the manipulation for his movement, though. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It doesn't mess up the manipulation, but I mean, you gotta make sacrifices, man. Alright, so coming up is a Panda, a very powerful enemy. Let's see here. We used to use the magic dragons for this fight right here, but there's a different way of beating the guy right now. We're still going to see the Berserk on him because he's vulnerable to Berserk, so Bacchus Line will be used in the first turn, because otherwise he would counter-attack every time you hit him with an attack or a spell. Not every time, it's like an 80%, 90% counter-attack rate, but still. So yeah. Now we're just doing the good thing and throwing money at him. Saving is for losers. Agreed. That's why I'm going to save like 100 times. But yeah, if you set this fight up wrong, if you watch the SNES Marathon, you know that if you miss like something in the menu, that it can go south very quickly. But he got through the fight this time, so yeah, pretty nice. Also, something I neglected to mention earlier, before Sweat entered the Void, you do have one shopping tour left to do, to stock up on a couple of, a bit of armor. You want to buy a couple of spells that you will need on bosses here that you missed out on earlier. And the most important thing is that you're going to buy Hermes sandals, and which are basically are running shoes in this translation patch, I guess. Which basically give you auto haste, which doubles your speed basically. Haste in this game basically doubles your speed by it basically gives you half ATB to begin with, so that's really handy. Alright, and Iris is entering the Void right now. Relatively close behind there. I'm always using Baby Stress Tide. Alright, and then coming up on Sweatstream, Catastrophe. Catastrophe does not have a lot of HP, but the problem is that he is a very high level. So, he would actually be vulnerable to Dark Shock level 5 Doom, but since he's such a high level, it's not viable to use that, and another reason why Dark Shock would be bad, because, yeah. It wouldn't. It would basically almost never hit.
This is one of the few fights that is the same. That's been the same for a very long time.
I did Dark Shock back on the arena.
Yeah,
I know
Sweat
you.
and-
I know yes, Sweat did.
Yeah, Sweat also used Dark Shock on this boss for a while, but it's just impossible. Even with like leveling up with Mixos, it's impossible to almost land it. The thing is, with Catastrophe though, he has 20,000 HP. But the good thing about his AI is if the character floats in battle and he gets his turn, he's like, no, we can't have floating because he uses Earthshaker a lot. So what he will do is he will remove the float from your party and basically waste his turn doing that. So you can just repeatedly cast float and he will never actually touch you, which is very handy. Alright, and we see Dragon on Marigine right now. Sin on Marigine right now. He's using, yeah, the Freelancer setup, nice. So Ferris has Freelancer with Mix and Cover, so he can guarantee that he can tank the hit. And he's going to, he Dragon powered once to get a higher level, so Fire 3 is not a damage roll anymore. And then, yeah, basically just use one Magic Dragon and another Fire 3 and the battle's done. That's a very cool setup that he found like 2 days ago, I believe, or 3 days ago. Because, like, I actually haven't talked about freelancers at all, because we used to not use freelancers, but freelancers basically enable you to, you know, they don't come with a special ability, it's your innate job class. They also don't have job levels, but what they can do is once you learn a job ability, like let's say you learn Cover from Knights, if you are a freelancer, you are not you can not only select one ability but 2 abilities for free. So what he can do is get Mix and Cover at the same time while being a freelancer, and that helps him tank the hit there. It's a very innovative strat because nobody actually thought about using freelancers in a speedrun. Mostly because the ability point route is very tight. Like, usually you can't spare a fight where, like, or you can barely spare a fight where you can lose the ABP on. So yeah.
Also, they're extremely slow.
They are extremely slow, that is true. But for the purpose of covering, they will do just fine. We missed the Praising the Sun battle. Holly Carnasso on Sweat stream was just defeated, and he's about to enter Twintania here. Now, Twintania is a very tricky boss if you play this game casually, because there's like one book somewhere, I forget where, that tells you the weakness of Twintania, but if you never read that book, you will be stuck on this battle forever. Twintania is very nasty, level 63 when you enter the battle, and as you can see, has a lot of powerful attacks. Like, and if you attack Twintania while in this form, which it will counterattack every attack you do, basically, almost every attack, with like a tidal wave which does 2,000 damage or other nasty stuff that it can do. However, it will charge up for Giga Flare at some point, like after 5 attacks, I believe, and the first part of its setup to actually circumvent dying on Twintania is getting Hide with the Bard, which Kara got right here for Swid, so he hid basically until the last turn that he needed, and he identified that by the Twintania using Wind Slash, which is not all that powerful. And after that, Twintania will flash and it will say charging up for Giga Flare, and at that moment the monster actually changes. It will be Twintania level 60, so Twintania will actually change its stats and will be vulnerable to death, petrification, and so on and so forth. And since it's level 60, you can also use level 5 Doom. So,
Did you get
yeah.
the text guess?
I did not see that. I was talking too much.
If you actually, his form or her form changes slightly before the text arrives, so you can skip the text
Oh
box
no,
happening.
afterwards.
Yeah, he
did
did.
afterwards.
I'm pretty sure he did. I didn't see the Giga Flare text.
But yeah,
I
you can.
I don't think you
I
did.
think I saw Giga Flare.
You can skip.
I saw the deck.
Oh, he didn't.
That's a fucking restreamer, dude.
The box is so good, I tell you.
I should bring it on because I'm about to. Oh, dude. Hold on.
Yeah, you should get ready.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't follow anymore. But yeah, my boy Sweat did very well, so I'll be back in 5 minutes to be starting my run.
Yeah, he did really good this run.
What kind of pace is he on? What kind of exit did he get?
Look, I don't know. I think he's looking for 356, 7.
Sweat?
I think
I
he's about to enter this room, and he's on 346.
What was his Twintania timing? If you can tell me that.
I don't know. He doesn't have a split.
He should be on 352 though. 351, 352. If he's now entering.
He
the
just
vote.
got into the cutscene with X-Dev at 346.
Ooh man, this may be.
So that's
350. This may be better than my PB. That would be amazing if he beats me, then I beat him back. That would be great.
That is really good right now. Really good pace.
Yeah, it's good pace. Not at 50 though. But still, like, impressive for a marathon as well. Definitely,
Yeah. He's been practicing a lot for that too.
It's all the color changes, clearly the key to the run.
exactly. World record back to Sweat for like 20 minutes.
I feel like Valor is the one on the bottom right.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. Okay, yeah, he just killed the panda. And see Dragon here entering the void now. I feel like Dragon has been really unlucky this run.
Please. Please. No. Okay, we have enough kill.
But remember, it's not over until the last hit hits.
We have enough kill. It's good. I have an extra 13k more than I need. Oh, I'm in the void now.
Alright, so it is about to enter the final fight.
I mean, we can run out of go because since we need to keep tracking things, we don't exactly have an infinite amount of money. So we still have to manage it. And if you have no money, go Toss just says 0 damage.
Wow, this is the better pace than I imagined Sweat to be on.
What is he on, like,
I'll tell you, he's about to start guild tossing right now. So, wow, dude, that's a sub 351. I'm pretty sure that's maybe sub 351.
Damn, that's gonna be world record for a bit.
He just got a white hold on some guy. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That character didn't really matter, so he's fine. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be sub 351.
Holy shit, man.
That is impressive.
Indeed, man.
Wow.
Indeed.
Yeah.
What do you get?
One more hit. He is done, dude. 350.42.
World record?
Yeah,
World record
world
for
record
Swed,
for Swed.
350.42.
For
Oh
now.
my god.
For now.
Yeah, I see that you are on a better pace. While you're like, yeah, 2 minutes difference. Dang, dude. Are we gonna see a double world record?
Okay, shit. That's a very difficult setup. A good thing I reopened the menu, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten it. Come on. Go, let's go. Okay, one more thing that can go bad.
Well, at least you got it, so that's all that matters.
We're in there, we're in there.
And here's Valor is entering Twintania fight now.
Holy smokes, dude.
Same thing as before, just hiding with the bard or the hide ability and just wait.
No saves in the entire run?
This is it.
Okay, good. Blocked.
Honestly, no save is not really risky if
Nah.
you know what you're
Unless
doing.
you're sweating.
Well, but it's okay. Like every fight from when you get past Omega are pretty much the same. So there's not a lot that can happen. The only way that you would die after that would be by dropping an input and doing something you would not be supposed to do. But yeah, having Kara smalls really helps at dodging attacks. And Dragon just killed a panda as well.
Yeah, this run had good RNG. My execution was terrible though. Like the nerves. The nerves are definitely killing it. Making million mistakes everywhere.
Alright, Valor just entered exit cutscene. Will momentarily start the fight.
Yo, okay.
I think prior to this this marathon, I don't think there's been a sub 4 in any of the relays,
No.
And we may have a sub 15.
and I think we're gonna have maybe 3 out of 4 here.
Yeah, Valor is on 357, 58 base right now.
Which is also a PB for him.
Actually, never mind, that's probably 58, 59, because he's entering at 356, 20 or something. But yeah, that's definitely definitely B base. Also, how is Hitbox behind Twitch right now? What is this? I did watching Chrono and Dragon right now. They are synced. Literally synced. Alright, good luck, Valor. Well, you don't really need luck, but still.
Okay, if Vic's not around, he should get here because there's only about like 6 minutes left.
GG Valor. I think this is a PV as well.
If it's sub 4, yeah.
Yeah, 349. 359. 30. Wow.
GG. Sub 4 is good. Sub 4 is real good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's an impressive milestone for this game anyway.
Also frog hat.
But the important question here, will we see that sub 350? So that would be pretty hyped. Yeah, so right now there's little to nothing that can really stop Chrono till the end. I guess there is something, but there's a very, very, very small chance for it to happen anyway.
Don't even tell me about it. I don't wanna.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you about it. Doesn't matter right now. You're like that close to the end, so.
For FF5, yeah. Well, I mean, not current to like 10 minutes ago, but.
Well.
That was the last menu.
Alright, good luck.
This should be it. Should be it.
This is definitely it. Like, you entered like 2 minutes, well, a minute and a half faster than Sweat did, so.
Oh no, they're not accurate for Zinfogel's time. He has a 357, so he's still fourth. But yeah.
Who is 357?
Zinfogel. He has 357.
Oh, okay.
That was a slow issue. Yo, Vic. Get ready. Final fight's gonna start pretty soon.
I'm ready, dude. I'm just waiting for your world record.
No problem, no problem.
Oh, please.
I'm waiting for yours as well.
You got it.
Carry the team. Sweat said his goal was sub 50, so he still needs to save 43 seconds on his PB. I needed for sub 50 was a good world one, and I got that, so.
Question is, did you get manipulation all the way?
I'm not sure. Yes. Well, I did get behind by 2 formations, but well, I got behind by 1 and chose to get behind by another one because the backup is better. So. I'm glad you didn't forget combine on a panda swing. God. Here it is. I have enough Dragon Fangs. He blocked. That's 2, I think. This should be number 3. Damn, this is a fucking insane pace. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, this is really good.
Sorry about that sweater. That's our one.
Hey, keep it low.
Okay, I think this is the last one. Go.
Oh damn.
It was time.
Yeah.
349.21.
Nice, dude.
GG, world record number 2 for this race. World record.
Double world record in a race. That's so nice. I did not expect a 49.21 though. Damn.
That is so good.
Oh damn.
Wow, that is.
So that
good.
is what the previous relay times in FF5 in like 16 minutes.
Yeah, dude, you just had a world record for about 16 minutes. My god, dude. Also, Dragon's also on the final boss, so get ready, whoever's
Yeah, I'm good.
in JerkBird.
Looks like Zin ran out of money.
Oh boy, he pulled the rain. But that's fine though, he's like level 99 right now, so it's only a matter of seconds now. GG Dragon. .407.17.